Hello. Sorry, technical difficulties. Had to restart. Apologies. And also apologies for not yeah, for not um giving an update on Sunday. I usually do that and I just yeah, it was a busy weekend and specifically that day, and by the time that I remembered that I had neglected that, it was already late. So I apologize, but we're here, we're back, we're doing mocks again. um so I did have it was a week, I had a mock check ride with my commercial instructor. um so I was gonna go over that, but at the same time, I'm looking over the notes that I was going to go over, and it's still stuff, a lot of things that I need to look up. The whole time he was saying, don't write that down, don't write that down, but I wrote that down. So we're just going to quick go over that. I don't know how I have I don't know. We're winging it today. I apologize for that. So we'll just kind of start and see where it goes. So I'm supposed to look up part 125. That comes in with the flow chart for commercial pilot privileges and limitations. Um, and I believe that is I have, hang on. Let me put this up. Then I think I can put that on too. Where is it? How is it going? How is it going? How are you? Yes, we have. Yeah, it's it's been a week. But I'm trying to figure out what I'm doing. Where is my web? There it is. So we're going over my mock oral that I did last week. So I'm going over my notes quick. I just wrote down part 125. So it's the certification and operations for airplanes having a seating capacity of 20 or more passengers or a maximum payload capacity of 6,000 pounds or more, and rules governing a blah 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 blah. So I almost want to. There's a flow chart. I have one. But oh, you know what? I might actually be able to find that. 1 second. Hang on. Where is it? I might hang on. I might have gotten it incorrect. Going well, excellent. Going to hopefully start studying for advanced ground instructor cert soon. Nice, excellent. You can't go for more airplane ratings yet, but you can sure keep advancing. Right, exactly. That's so cool. I hope it goes well. Are you going to use Shepherd Air, or do you have a different way of going about that? I'm just going to quick try and figure out, because that is one thing that I could put up on the screen. Oh, that's what it is. That's why it's not coming up. Oops. No. That's not how to spell that. Well, if I can't find it, gosh darn it, I'll have to find it and I'll have it up for the next time around. I'm sorry. Gold Seal has a really good PDF. It's kind of like the Pilot's Cafe for IFR, and it has a flow chart in there. And then Bold Method has a video with a flow chart for commercial pilot privileges limitations. And they kind of are a little bit different. So I'm going with the Gold Seal one, talk to a commercial instructor about it. And one of the things it does is it flows into the 20 seats or greater or payload 6,000 pounds or greater. And that's the part 125 thing. And again, commercial instructor says it's probably not going to get that deep into things, but it was just something that I was going to look into. So, you think they're going to let you take the Oh, the CFI ground school at your flight school. Ooh, very cool. So then how does that translate to the um ground stuff? Because then you have to take the written, correct? And very cool. What is up? What is up? Lots of things. It's been a week. We'll kind of get into it. Right now we're just working on debriefing mock oral for last week, from last week. So yeah, there's not. I'll try to have something up on the screen. I guess I could. Because we were just talking about privileges and limitations. So there we go. Yeah, and then there was the whole like type ratings thing. I need to look that up. Like over 12,500 feet is a type rating, among other things. Owner operator responsibilities, that whole thing. Because he asked a question and I gave the textbook answer of the owner or operator. And he's like, so what does that mean? And basically, he gave me the whole like, basically, the owner pays for stuff and the operator makes sure that things are actually good, um, good to go before the actual flight. So, if as an operator, you or the operator of the aircraft, you did not, you flew a plane that was not up to snuff, that is on you. It's not up to the owner. Um, or that is on you. It's not on it's also on the owner, but ultimately you need to make sure as the pilot that things are doing what the way that they're supposed to be. You would become a ground instructor and take the associated written exams. Yep. Excellent. Oh, that's cool. I didn't know that that was an option. So do you have a timeline for when that's going to go down? I'm very excited. And are you going to start doing ground instruction there specifically? Or what is your plan then? Very cool. The registration is okay. So, commercial instructor asked me the question about how long the registration is valid for, and I go 7 years, and he goes, "No, it's not." And I said, "Yes, it is. It was 3 years, but now it's 7 years." And he did not know that, and I felt happy about that. But I have to look it up again to make sure I know the specific thing or have the specific thing that says how it's actually going to work. FAR 91.9 I have in here. Where is this? Boom. Because he asked me the question, is it required legally to calculate weight and balance before all flights? And technically, yes. So because no person may operate a U.S. registered civil, hang on, except as provided in paragraph D of this section, no person may operate a civil aircraft without complying with the operating limitations specified in the approved airplane or rotorcraft flight manual, markings, and placards, or as otherwise prescribed by the certificating authority of the country of registry. So taking that, unless you do the weight and balance before every single flight, how do you know you're not exceeding those standards? So yeah, that thing. And then we had a somewhat of a disagreement. it was a bit of confusion between an SAIB versus an SB, the Special Airworthiness Information Bulletin versus a service bulletin. So I'm going to have to look that up again because I had just looked that up and I couldn't quite remember all the things. And so that's a thing, like having, like going between those, but just recognizing that both are non-regulatory versus the ADs, which are regulatory. And what does inoperative technically mean? It is deferring maintenance until the next inspection, so that once it gets inspected, it might not be fixed still, but it's still inspected and said that it is okay to continue, doing the things. ASAP, yes, excellent, and hopefully at the flight school. Oh, that'll be so fun. So then, do you do specific classes, or is it like a one-on-one sort of a thing? I've always wondered that. I would like to get my advanced ground as well, but the way that I've been, the way that I've done my training, it's been a lot more just like the one-on-one, way less structured sort of a thing. So I kind of like that setup, but I would also, I don't know how much people would be interested in that. You are going to hope to teach PPL ground for starters. Nice. Oh, that'll be fun. Getting all the little new people, the little bushy-tailed, bright-eyed, bushy-tailed, and just fire hose them. That's awesome. Oh, well, congrats in advance and good luck with that. And I'm looking forward to hearing about your journey for it. You have a tip when writing up items. Oh, okay. Use as much detail as possible. Too many pilots are very basic on write-up, and it makes your job a lot harder. Okay, so the joke things on the internet where there's like the pilot wrote this thing in, and then the maintenance person writes a really snarky response to it. How often does that happen? And is it because of that, the basic write-up, where it's like, I don't friggin' know. You didn't write enough to actually have me understand what you're trying to say. That's so funny. And I haven't had that experience. It's just I end up talking to the owner / ANP, and where it's not like a right sort of a thing. So I'll have to get used to that at some point. It is a part right, 141 school, so structured, right. So enthusiastic, yes. Oh, that'll be fun. I'm excited. So, and for that school, how many are like young people just first starting out versus like people starting out later in life? Because I think that would be interesting. And do you? And I guess you haven't started yet, so maybe you don't know. But it is a good mix. So is it everybody in the same boat, or do you have like separate classes for that? Or I don't know. Interesting. It happens so much. You had a pilot write up light out in cockpit. Which light? Where's the light? Did you attempt any fixes? All of these questions give us a lot better detail. Right. Oh, okay. Interesting. Because I guess from that, if there, I'm trying to think of what I would do. If a light was out in the cockpit and I was writing it up, I would probably be like, this light specifically, so that you can find it, is out in the cockpit. I wouldn't have thought to try to to write up that I had attempted to fix it in any way. So I will try to remember that when I have to write them up. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So like the one nav light on the left wing, the red nav light. That's correct, right? Yeah. Is like it would be out, but then you just tap it and it would go on again. So that would be something that you would want to write up. The light is it's working, but only if you tap it a couple of times. Tap it into submission. That sounded bad. Anyway, they do a common ground course quarterly, so it'll be more a side job, but with function of keeping you sharp for your own flight. Yes, right. And that's the thing. That's one of the things that I really wanted to do in getting into the instruction stuff, is just, yeah, keeping me up with stuff as well as generally making me better, because we go through the schooling or the training and stuff, but then after not using the book stuff for a while, some of it slips in the cracks. So definitely. Oh, that's so fun. I'm so looking forward to hearing how it goes, because that will hopefully be one of my next steps as well. Okay. Bendix Switch, the plane that I'm going to be flying now, has an AD for the Bendix Switch. So I'm trying to remember what it specifically was. I have to look it up again. But it is part of the Magneto. Maybe? I can't remember, but I do have to look that up. The ELT, I really have to look into again. Although we talked again, I actually asked that question regarding the ELT. So, and I guess I can ask you. So the ELT half-life. So the inspection for the ELT is every 12 calendar months, and the batteries must be charged or changed after 1 cumulative hour, or when at the half-life of the battery. So I asked about that. So the half-life is for the manufacturing date on the ELT, right? And then, so how do you know when the half-life is? And then what my commercial instructor said is what he thinks it is it's like it's kind of recertified, kind of, during the inspection of the ELT. So like once it's inspected, like on the 12 calendar month inspection, it's like recertified that it's going to be good for that next year. I could be wrong though, and that was like what he thought, but that's kind of the answer that I got from him. You can write in post light out for standby compass. Tried swapping lights. Appears light is burnt out. Oh, got it. Okay, nice. So it is. It's one of those things where, like doing comms on the radio, like sometimes you just have to speak in English, like actually in sentences, and say things so that people can actually understand what you're saying. Because otherwise, people don't know what you're thinking. So use words if you need to. I will keep that in mind. I don't want to piss off my ANP because ANPs are very helpful. And yes, I will try to recall that. Thank you. Oh, and then the orange dashes on the prog chart. I'll see if I can find some, maybe. No. Yes? No. Hang on. I don't think it was this one though. Oh, here we go. Boom. It's a trough aloft. Just kidding. It is not. This is not what I'm looking at. I saw orange dashes and my mind just went. There we go. Here we go. Sorry. Orange dashes. It is a trough aloft. So low pressure. Low pressures. High pressure. Low pressure. Right? It's still so confusing. I do need to go over this stuff again and a lot more and better and understand them. But yeah, just something just to remind me what that is. TAF is valid for 24 to 30 hours. I guess 36. But yeah, so 24 to 30 hours. The stages of a thunderstorm, for some reason, I just cannot, like two mock orals in a row. I forgot that it was called the cumulus stage. I kept wanting to say cumulating stage. It is the cumulus stage, mature stage, and dissipating stage. I have to refresh on atmospheric composition. The two things that determine atmospheric stability: moisture and temperature. Lapse rate is 2 degrees Celsius or 3 degrees Fahrenheit. I thought that it was 4 degrees. I think I was mixing up. Although I also thought it was 4.4 degrees. No, it was 4.4 degrees. But I think that might be for something else. I thought it was 4.4. I'll have to look at it again. But yeah, apparently it's 3. Oh, okay. So then we have, hang on. New. All right. So the way that I hadn't thought about this in a while, and this is how my instructor told me to remember this. So, sky coverage. Think about it in quarters. And if I have this somewhat wrong, I apologize. 1. So here, if the sky is 1/4 covered, it is few. If it is to 1/2, it is scattered. See, I remember learning it in eighths, and I cannot remember why that would be. Why would you use eighths instead of quarters? And then we have broken. And we have bada boom, overcast. So I feel like I have to look that up just to make sure that he was. All right. Let me see if I can find it. So it says. So there's something to do with the a. So it says sky. Okay, so sky clear is here. And then there's few clouds, like 1/8 to 1/4. Sure. Scattered is 3/8. Oops, sorry. Hang on. Yeah, 3/8 to 1/2. And then broken is like 1/2 to 7/8. And then overcast is kind of specifically the eighths. But I think it was just kind of like a way to remember it, an easier way to remember it. So we'll probably go with that. During annuals and 100-hour inspections, okay, the ELT is tested for G switch operation and standard operation. Okay, what is G switch operation? Once tested, it will be certified for the next 12 calendar months. Battery must be changed by the date on the ELT battery. Most common is a 3-year life for the battery, but these new 406 millihertz ELTs have a 5 to 9-year ELT battery life. Oh, okay. So then, again, though, the battery by it has to be changed or charged by the half life, right? So then it'd be like the 1.5 years or the 2.5 to 4.5. Ah, yes, I totally understand the things. At least I am trying to understand the things, so I appreciate it. Okay. Oh, so yeah, so I guess that's what I'm getting from this what's the word, from this source. But yeah, I'll probably just like keep it like this just so that it's memorable. Okay. So then, what are the types of turbulence? So we have convective, which is the unheating of the Earth's surface, and thermals. We have mechanical, which is when the hills and the trees cause the voopity because I'm good with words, as well as the mountain wave. And then there's the wind shear, which is because of the fronts and stuff. So yeah, keeping that in mind. And then he asks me, I can't say that because I'm a lady. A trick, kind of not a trick question, but one that I didn't really need. So he asked, "Do I know the range of the ILS frequencies?" No, I can look it up. So yeah, so there was that one, and then CG forward is less efficient and burns more fuel. So then the opposite for the other one. Um, the special flight permit can also be I hadn't thought about this. Special flight permit can also be issued for overweight airplanes as well. So yeah, so that's one of the things that can be utilized for special flight permit can be utilized for. Okay, the G switch activates in a crash. Okay, yes, to set off the ELT, and you haven't dealt with half-life anything. Okay, you only test and change the battery when its due date arrives. Oh, okay, interesting. Good to know. Thank you. I appreciate it. And it is. It's still something that I'm a little bit confused about. Cuz I had known that whole thing from private pilot, and I had always thought that it was like it is. It's after 1 cumulative hour as well as half the battery life, but I thought that it was specifically after half the battery had been used. Whereas it's not, because like that doesn't make any sense, because you have that in the 1 cumulative hour, but it's actually because of the date. The half life is the actual date on it. But yeah, so it is. It's one of those weird things that I'm still trying to wrap my head around, and I'll figure it out. I just won't bring it up on the oral, hopefully, and hopefully if it does come up, I'll know it well enough to make it work. Then the other thing that he gave me, do I'll get rid of all this, I guess. Uh, so he had me the VG diagram, which I've only ever seen in the written portions of oops, that's not what I wanted. Of the exams, or the written exams. So I think I got about like this, and then there was like this, and then I know there's like a this. um yeah, and that's about it. So then he had me put the he gave me, I asked, can you like label things? And shoot, I don't even know what that says. What does that say? Um I have no idea what that says. But basically, so we got maneuvering speed here, man speed there. We got our VNE here. This is the positive limit load factor. Pause limit load. Oh, that's load. This okay, so this, like this, that's speed. Over here is, can you see that? I hope so. You have to head out. Sounds good. You have a great evening. Thank you. You as well. It's good to see you. Hope you have a great week and day and all the good things. And yeah, it was good to see you. Hope to see you again soon. And thank you again for your wisdom and knowledge and patience. I appreciate it. So yeah, so this is the load. We have our positive here. We have our negative here. And then as long as we're in here, we're okay. Yeah. And this is just a no-no. Yeah. That's what I have drawn here. Yeah, that and like that and like that. All the yucks except for this bit. Yeah. Anyway. I have wing/turn aerodynamics, including something, to be honest. I don't know what I was going to write there. I think what it was is he was going into his whole thing about in a perfect world, sort of a thing where if you I think his argument or whatever is that the elevator is actually what's used to turn the plane. Because when you turn the ailerons, or sorry, not turn the ailerons, but like utilize the ailerons, that's just tilting the plane like that. So in a perfect world, it would just continue going straight like that. And then if I'm trying to think, but since it's not, then your nose would just go down. And if you use your rudder, it just kind of boops it that way. But in order to actually kind of like make it turn, you use the elevator. I don't know. He might have been just messing with me as well, but I think he was kind of being serious. So yeah, so just really understanding the aerodynamics of the wing and the turn and not getting myself mixed up with things. Trim tab, whether it's a servo tab or an anti-servo tab. And that was that it is the servo is that it goes in the direction of the wheel. Hello, how is it going? How's it going? We are debriefing from mock oral Checkride last week. So it's just a lot of me doing strange looking things and trying to understand my notes. So then we'll get back to the ACS and other things. So the trim tab is if you roll the trim wheel up, the tab also goes up. And if you roll it down, the tab goes down. And then the anti-servo is where it's the opposite, where if you trim it up, the tab goes down. And mine isn't, the one that I fly is an anti-servo, I believe. I should have circled that. I'm not sure. But yeah, I'll have to check on that again. Okay. So now we have to go over here. I have to find the thing. No. Hang on. It's all the way in the front. There. Okay. So now, how did it go? It went well. The oral portion went really well. Because I mean it is. The knowledge stuff is what I'm good at. I mean, he got me on some things. But not to a degree that I should be worried about it. Not that I'm not going to still worry about it. Because I'm going over these things, and like he said, he kept telling me not to write stuff down because I kept taking notes on the stuff that I didn't quite get immediately. So yeah, but it did. It went well. The flying in the new plane was. There were some questionable moments, so I will go over that. But it got better the next time, so hoping that it's just going to be good. Hoping to get some more time in as well. So yeah, good, better than Eureka. No, that's for sure. Why? I didn't say. I had a full week myself, so it was like that was like the first 2 days was mock Checkride entirely, and then another banging out more practice in the new plane, and then it was 3 days of bridal shower planning, not for me. And then recovering from that and other things. So yeah, it's been a week. So mine is the Skyhawk, the one that I'm going to be flying. So it is an O300D, horsepower 145. And again, this is the POH, so knowing where all of the things are in POH. And the one thing, this is something that he did get me on. I knew that the IO was injected, fuel injected. I did not know what the O stood for. So that the O means it's horizontally opposed. And I thought, I always hear that they are, in any of the planes that I've flown or I've seen other people in training fly, theirs are all O's or IOs. So why not just, if they're all horizontally opposed, why do you need to have that distinction? Because there are planes that are not horizontally opposed. So yeah, it's just most of the ones that I'm encountering right now are. So horizontally opposed. Yeah. And direct drive, which I also need to. Oh, and direct drive is the propeller is directly connected to the pistons, I think. Instead of having things in between that manipulate things. So, yeah. The 4 left turning tendencies, I always freaking forget one. So we have P factor, which is the propeller taking the bigger bite of air on that downswing, and whipping it that way. It is the spiraling slipstream, which goes like whoop around the thing and does the whoop with the rudder so that it goes like that, because I'm very good at explaining things. Gyroscopic precession, which is the 90. Did I? Torque. I'm going to go with torque first. So torque is the engine goes like that. So then it's going like this. So then it wants to go like this, which makes it go like that, sort of, I think. Yeah. I'm really good at explaining. I'm sorry. And then so the gyroscopic precession is usually in the tail wheel aircraft, sorry, where that when the tail comes up, it puts that pressure there on the propeller and acts at 90 degrees, which pushes it that way. That makes sense. There. Got them all. You found out you probably have diabetes? I'm sorry. But you can, there are ways to help and take care of it. Yes? So it will be good. Not good, but you know what I mean. I hope you're doing well, though. And I hope you find the things that you need and figure out the things that you need for it. And I hope I can help amuse in some way. At least for now. Well, I'm about to draw something strange. So, oh shoot, what did I do? Oh God. Oh no, what have I done? Oh, okay. I just need to click over here. Oops. There. So, he told me to explain a microburst. So I started drawing. I started drawing like this, the usual thing that you do. And it goes, oh, whoosh, and then it goes, oh, whoosh, and then it goes, oh, whoosh, and then whoosh, and then it goes like, whoosh, right? And then he was going to move on from it, but I put my foot in my mouth, and forgive my plane that looks like a shark. We're just going to make it look like a full shark. Why not? So here's our plane. Yeah. So microburst. So then I actually had to go through and I had to whatever it out. So when you're encountering a microburst on landing specifically, boom, you're close to the ground, right? So you get a headwind. So you're going, you get a headwind, you get that increase in performance, but then you get boop, 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 boop here, and then it's a whoosh, real powerful down right there. So if you survive that, then you get through the microburst and you get a tailwind, which drops that performance and nose down sort of thing. So yeah, so there's microburst. Yes. Hang in there. Okay, good. The dog helps. I'm sure. I hope Pepper is doing okay as well. I'm sure he is. With his big ears, his adorableness. And yes, is that a little shark? Cute. Yes. I don't know why. I just I know how to draw an airplane, but for some reason I just want to make it look like a shark. I don't know what it is. But yeah, so there's that. So then yeah, I guess I would think I'm trying to think here. So then if you were encountering a microburst higher up, so like on the approach, it would be more of those just the downdrafts because you're higher, you're up here. That's supposed to be a I don't know how to draw, I'm sorry. There. That is not aerodynamic at all. Right, there. So yeah, so then you're going like that and then yeah. But we're just going to worry about this. It's like when you're going into a microburst, it's going outward because it is hitting the ground and going outward. So when you're near the ground, you're encountering it here where it's going outward, headwind, downdraft, tailwind. Yeah. Yeah. And the other thing, precession and rigidity in space are the two principles of gyroscopes. He asked me what they were, the two principles of gyroscopes, and I knew it was precession, and then I could not think of what the other one was called, or technically what it was. And I wanted to say that everything else moves around it, sort of a thing, kind of, which is somewhat, that's what it is, the rigidity in space, kind of. So I was almost there. I think there was one more thing. Oh, he had me try to do the hazardous attitudes, which are, I'm gonna try and get them now. So and he said he was gonna do the human factors or whatever, and if I got them all right, we would be done with the human factor. If I got all of them and the antidotes. So, resignation, antidote being I can make a difference, kind of. Anti-authority, antidote being follow the rules, they're usually right. Invulnerability, antidote being it could happen to me. Impulsivity is the one I could not freaking figure out. Is slow down, think first. And then macho, antidote being I'm gonna have to look it up. Gosh darn it. Literally just did these and I can't freaking remember them. He's doing better than you. Okay, that's for sure. And he's keeping you busy, which you need. Excellent. Oh, very cute. Did you say he was getting a pedicure again or like a bath recently? Did he get that? Was he happy? Is he one that likes baths? So I think that it is, hang on. Oh, we're just gonna go like this. Hazardous. There they are. Macho. Where is it? Taking chances is foolish. Yes. I'm not helpless. I can make a difference. Taking chances is foolish. And I think I got the rest of them. Gosh darn it. So yes, things I should and must remember, but also again, I have the I have most of the gist, not most of the gist of things, but I did well enough that I should be good. So yeah, it's just kind of me being really picky about it and wanting to really understand the things to a higher degree than necessary, so that I don't mess things up when I get all nervous. He did get it. He's not a fan of baths. Oh no. Does he just sit there angrily or upset, or is he one that fights back? I think it'd be hilarious. Just splashing around. So one thing we looked at. I was able to go get a little bit of ground in. We were supposed to have a lesson, but he got stuck away from his home airport. So we weren't able to do a lesson, but we weren't going to be able to do a lesson anyway. We went and did some ground. So I went to where he was stuck to go get some answers to some questions, and then he threw out the landing. Normal landings are made power off with any flap setting. Slips are prohibited in full flap approaches because of a downward pitch encountered under certain combinations of airspeed and side slip angle. Okay, so slips are prohibited in full flap approaches. There's a placard in the plane that says avoid slips with flaps extended, which means two different things. So what he said is like the way that you can think, or a way that you can think about it is that one is prohibited, one is avoid, and flaps extended. 10 degrees of flaps is extended. So are you not supposed to be slipping with any amount of extension of the flaps? Well, no. Because I have definitely, during my power off 180s, when I have put flaps in, definitely done some slippage. So yeah, so basically the whole thing is like don't slip with greater than the 30 degrees of flaps. He fights back and tries to escape. I assume that could be really inconvenient for the person giving the bath. However, I imagine it being really funny to witness. Does he get super slippery though? Is he like a little fish and and he's gone? What up? What up? How's it going? How's it going? We are debriefing my in real life mock oral check rides. I think we're almost done. I asked about the speed thing in here, and again, this is just like really, really picky sort of stuff, and he said I probably won't even have to do any calculations in front of him. But I think so for my instrument check ride, I apparently probably wasn't going to have to, but I think that I ended up like, again, full check ride mushy brain going at some point for some reason. Well, do you want me to do some calculations? And of course he's like, well, sure. So I am. I want to make sure I know the how to do the POH and what to do in the POH just in case I say something silly like that again. So what I was looking at, I asked about it. The general cruise speed, the average cruise speed is like 122 or 123 or something. So and up here we can do maximum cruise is normally limited to 75% power. So we can look at these. And this would be the highest one we want to do, but that's not, like, this one is closer to the average cruise speed. And then this one is closer to the average cruise speed than this one. So then the question was, and so I was like, well, so which one should I do? And he's like, whichever one you want. So if you're talking to passengers, you give them the option. Do you want it fast or do you want it cheap when it comes to the flight? Don't take that out of context. So when you give more brake horsepower, it is going to be faster but less efficient, and therefore less cheap, versus the other way. Yeah, I think I said that properly. No, he gets tied up okay, but he tries to escape and even shakes because he's scared. Oh no, now I feel bad. So is it like a fear of the water, or what is it? Oh, sad. Oh darn. After 4 years tomorrow, you're You're finally doing your first solo cross country. Congratulations in advance. Good luck in advance. Have you flown that before with your instructor, or is it are you going on your own sort of thing? So have you flown the route before, or are you doing it for the first time by yourself as well? Super cool. Yes, congratulations. That's amazing. Looking forward to hearing about it if you're willing once you get back. And then we talked about the ELT, and I think that might be it. Oh, sorry. So the second in command, I asked about the second in command stuff. I don't think I have any. Oh, you know what? Hang on. I don't know if it'll. Here we go. Yay. Second in command requirements. All right. So what he gave me was basically the plane requires 2 crew. If the plane requires 2 crew members, and if you have a type rating, if that is required, you can potentially log hours. But then I asked about the actual regulations. So except as provided in paragraph B, no person may operate the following airplanes without a pilot designated as as second in command. Any airplane that is type certificated for more than one required pilot. Okay, any large airplane, any commuter category, operate the following airplanes. Any airplane certificated for large airplane. That's not what I wanted. Shoot. Hang on. Don't want that. Nah. I'll probably have to go through and find the actual thing. Because, yeah, there were... No. Oh. Program... person has the applicable requirements of Part 61 of this chapter and has the following experience and ratings. Second in command, minimum of 500 hours. So this is getting kind of deeper into it. So I think... So this is part 91. Maybe I did see the thing that I potentially need to be in part 61. So we'll bop into part 61, see if it's there. Otherwise, I'll have to figure it out at some point. Oh, okay. So private pilot privileges and limitations. Category 2 airplane. We'll just go with private pilot for a second. Except as provided in 61.113. No private pilot may for compensate. Well, yes, act as second in command of an aircraft that is type certificated, nor may that pilot act as blah, 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 blah. Yes, I feel like that's fair. Gosh darn it. I'll have to look for that one. You're waiting for a text that the wings have fallen off the plane. I don't know why. You've been doing it together for the last 3 flights. Okay, and this one will be solo. Excellent. Oh, well, that's so fun. Yes, I am. I'm looking forward to hearing about it. I hope it goes well. Is the weather looking good? Yes. And yes. So you said after 4 years. So has it been just not right? It's been like not working out and stuff. And now you're finally there. So excited. How's it going? Happy to see you as well. How are you? I hope you're well. Always good to see you. Rumor has it I'm going to FS Expo. What is FS Expo? The rumor is not true. I'm sorry. What is it? When is it? Is it the one in Texas? Yes, actually clear skies, low wind. Perfect. Yay. And that's going to be the landing at 3 points. At least. And is it like 150 nautical miles or something? It's been a while. Yeah, so I think that's it for that. Oh, no, it's not. 1 second. All over the place. I'm so sorry. So, a couple of things. Oh God, I feel so silly about this. First one, hang on. I need to zoom out a little bit so I know what's happening. Well, so first we'll go with this. So, boom. I feel like I've had this question before and I had it answered, then I forgot it again. So here we have, this is gallons of fuel used, right? And then this from sea level fuel used. So I was thinking that it meant that it was the 2.6 plus this, right? Because it's like from the sea level fuel used. So it'd be 2.6 plus 1, right? No. It is from sea level. That is how much fuel would be used, if that makes sense. So if you figure out something in the middle, if you're, what's likely is your airport elevation is somewhere in the middle, then you just subtract them. And that's fine. And that works. That's what you're supposed to do. And I made it silly, and this is why I go over this over and over, so that I catch those little things that I think of and do sillily. That's a word, by the way. If it wasn't, it is now. And then when I was doing the weight and balance, I was, let me do my thing. So here, no, I want it to be red. So last time I did my weight and balance, I did it with, so the plane can hold 39 gallons of fuel, 3 gallons of it being unusable. So here it only does the 36 gallons. So why isn't it including the 39 gallons? Well, what's included in the empty weight of the airplane? The unusable fuel. So that is why we use the 36 gallons and not the 39 gallons, because it's already included in there. It's the Flight Sim Expo. It's in Houston, June 23rd to 25th. Ooh. I will hopefully have all my stuff done by then, but I don't know. Basically, MSFS TwitchCon. Oh, that sounds fun. Are you going? That sounds fun. Oh, that'd be exciting. Between weather, instructors leaving bright, maintenance, global pandemic, holidays, and school, it's been canceled a few times, then not flown after for a while. But it is. It's finally happening, and it will. It's going to. It's going to be great. It's going to be amazing, and you're going to learn some things, and you're going to do a great job, and then it's going to be done, and it's going to be over. Oh, I'm so excited. Yay, 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 yay. And I'm glad it's looking good so far. All the fingers are crossed for you. I hope it does. I hope it goes. Yes, it's happening. It's going to happen. Positive vibes only. And then I did ask the other question about the passengers versus cargo with, let me see if I can find it. So the privileges and limitations. So with the instrument, and that's something else I can go over. So with the instrument limitation, if you don't have an instrument rating, you cannot fly passengers, specifically passengers, greater than 50 nautical miles or at night. And then some of the other things in the flow chart that I'll get at some point. It has some other limitations where it's just about passengers and not about cargo. And I had a little bit of a wiggly bit about that where I wasn't sure if it was just passengers or if it was passengers and cargo. But I'm pretty sure it's just passengers. So yeah. And the other thing that he said and went over kind of with me is that, so he gave a scenario of there's this guy who owns a plane, and he wants to hire me to fly this plane, VFR, IFR, across the country. Would I, after getting this commercial certificate, am I qualified to fly this plane? Or to take this job? Yes. And I really wish I had that flow chart, and I don't know why I can't find it. I'll find it at some point and I'll bring it out next time. Because it goes here. I'll just read it. I'll try and hang on. That's what paint is for. Hang on. So here's my terrible microburst. Say goodbye. Oh shoot. Oh god. I need to not do that. I need to click on here first and then go like this. I hope I didn't do anything weird with that. We're still live, right? Oh god. I'm pretty sure we are. Let's just make sure. Okay. All right, we're good. I keep clicking buttons that I shouldn't be while I'm on my streaming stuff. Okay, so am I legal? Am I being paid to Am I being paid to fly? No. Private pilot operations. Amazing. Yes. Then it goes to who provides. Provides. Oh god. You know what? I should just be typing these things. Hang on. You can tell I prepared for this so well. That's really big. Provides aircraft. Who provides aircraft? Excellent. PHAKs. Me. And this is where I got a little bit confused. So, and then this one, IFR, or am I rated? IFR rating. Rating. Yes. No. No limit. And then that's the one that we talked about. If I am providing the aircraft, am I carrying people or cargo? Property. Oops. Yes. No. And then this is the part 119.1 E. Oops, that's an E. This is a parenthesis, and then this is a 1, and then this is a dot. That's that exception with the student instruction commercial air tours that begin and end in the same place within 25 statute miles with a letter of authorization. Farrier training flights, aerial work operations such as crop dusting, banner towing, survey, aerial photography, firefighting, power line, pipeline patrol, parachute operations, and emergency mail service. That is part 91 operation, and IFR takeoff minimum does not apply. I'm not quite sure if that goes. So we're going to continue. Yes. If we are carrying people or property, boom. Holding out, meaning are we willing to take anyone? And advertising. Yes. Then we have a sorry. No oops. No, that's a period. And then it's by contract. And then it goes into 20 seats. Hang on. Some of these are easier to just write it out, and then others are 20 seats plus payload 6,000 pounds plus. No. Yes. Part 91. So much easier if I just had the thing. And then if yes, that is where that part 125 that we went over at the beginning was. Operational certificate is required. Part 91, no operational certificate is required. So I got confused about that one because if I am providing the aircraft, so money, being paid for it, I am providing the aircraft, I am carrying people or property by contract with less than 20 seats, I don't require an additional certificate. So we talked about that because that was weird. I thought that basically I cannot provide the aircraft as well as be the pilot for it. That was one of the things is like you can pick one, you can pick two of the three, being the pilot, providing the plane, or getting paid. So if you're providing the plane and being the pilot, you cannot get paid. If you are not being the pilot, you can provide the plane and get paid. If you are being the pilot but not providing the plane, you can get paid. And yeah. So that is something I have to go, because there's something weird about it where it's like if there's fractional ownership or something like that, you can do that. And yeah. So if you're so then we continue, and if it's like if you're holding out, if it's scheduled and yes, it's scheduled, then you're part 121. If it is not scheduled, it'll be part 135, and then that's common carriage, and then part 129 is foreign air carriers and foreign operators of U.S. registered planes, and you need an operational certificate, and IFR takeoff minimum applies. So then, yeah, so all of that stuff is common carriage, and then this stuff is private carriage. But again, so we talked about it, thought it was weird, and it's in one of those gray areas, I guess, potentially maybe, where you get ultimately, if it's weird and sketchy, talk to the FSDO. That's the answer you just give. Talk to the FSDO. See if that's okay. Do it in an email so you have it written down. You have a like textual justification for whatever happens. But I think I heard something where somebody talked to the FSDO, had email proof of it, and the FSDO was wrong. And the person who asked still got in trouble, even though they had asked. So yeah. So that's a little bit weird and sketchy, and I still am kind of about it. So this was the gold seal. Is it gold seal? Yeah, gold seal PDF. I watched the bold method video, and that one said something somewhat different. So yeah, I still have to work on that. It's all sorts of twisty and stuff. Make sure things are working. Sorry. Yeah. But yeah, so that's that then. And I think that is it for that now. Passenger cargo. Yeah. Yeah. So I think we got that. I'm like, how much? So we'll kind of, we've gone over this stuff. I'll try and think of if there's anything. Yeah, we've gone over some of this stuff again. I read up on the discrepancy records or placards. I can't remember if we've talked about that then. It's in the FAR, and it's basically the discrepancy records being everything is good. This plane has been inspected, but these things are not good. And like that's specifically in the record. So then you have to get those things taken care of before you actually go and fly then. Yeah. I think. I'll check it again. Don't learn anything from me. I am not an instructor. We could pop into SkyVector and start doing the things. Let's start doing the things. We tend to find things to talk about when we pop into the SkyVector. Okay, so it was looking kind of nasty earlier. Hang on, let me try and GFA tool. Yeah, there's just like this is usually where we go, kind of. So that's kind of yucky. So we could try somewhere over here-ish. Yeah, we'll do somewhere over here-ish. And maybe we'll just get in the plane and go. See what happens. Findlay. Is it Findlay or Findlay? Hello, hello. Ah, 1 second. Ah. Apollo Wolfbite, hello. Thank you for the raid. How is it going? How is your stream? How are you doing? Welcome, welcome. Happy to see you. We're just figuring out where we are going to go fly and checking out some SkyVector stuff and kind of seeing where it goes. We have debriefed our mock orals from the week, and yeah. So I think we're just going to start here just because that's what I kind of zoomed in on. And then we'll just throw, I don't know, this over maybe, no. You know what? We're going to throw it like here-ish. No, hang on. We're not going to go this far. Yeah, that's fine. We'll just do it like that. Doing all right. Did a mountain flight. Nice. Excellent. How'd it go? You did some maneuver practice yesterday in the sim. Very nice. And how did that go? Very excellent. Sounds like a fun time. So we have this. Yeah. So let's look. And again, one of the things that I talked to my instructor about, because I was going back to the POH and talking about doing like paper nav logs and everything. And it's like, okay, so as a private pilot, they want you to do those things, right? It looks like Mickey Mouse on the screen. They want you to do that stuff so that you know what you're doing and all that. As a commercial pilot, what are you actually going to be doing as a commercial pilot? You are likely going to be using ForeFlight. So, basically kind of just like do it the way that you're actually going to do it. Like the whole thing is don't treat the Checkride differently than what you're going to be doing in real life, sort of a thing. Like don't treat it as a test, just treat it as a real flight. It's hard to do that. But yeah, that's kind of the thing that they always say. And especially again with this is they're trying to see how you're going to actually act and do as commercial pilot. So KDKB. KB. All right. So first we're going to look at altitudes that we need to be above when it comes to elevation and obstacles. Ground reference maneuvers are hard in the sim, tricky to look out the windows. Do you have track IR? I can't remember if you do, because it definitely helps. I know it isn't. It's not the same, but it definitely does help. But yes, I do. I remember doing that, and it got better after a while, but it's still not the same. It does help go through the flows which is nice. Look at how nope. So we got our maximum elevation figures, 1.8. And then for this, I would almost, especially since it's kind of, we're just going to boop around. And here's the thing. So one thing I do need to remember is that the transponder in the plane that I'm going to be using for Checkride, most likely, it's a transponder is out of what's the word? Out of inspection. So we technically could not go anywhere that would require a transponder, which would be in the mode CVAL, as well as above 10,000 feet. And within Charlie airspace. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. You do not, it's on the wish list. Okay, yeah, that definitely probably. Not definitely probably. That would definitely make it a bit more difficult. But yeah, so it went well enough at least. Getting the idea of it kind of down, and yeah, keeping with like the flows and like the winds and stuff like that, I hope. And then yeah, and then we have this. So just making sure we keep out of there unless we actually speak to have two-way communications with the people with ATC. There we go. Sorry. So yeah, so 1500, 1900, and we're going that-ish way. Oh, we should have gone the other way. We never go that way. But you know what? We already started. You kind of bailed out of the ground maneuvers, but everything else went okay. Okay, excellent. You forgot to do steep turns. Oops. It's funny, I actually forgot to do steep turns in real life. We practiced with the plane that I am now going to be using for Checkride, probably. One day, and then the next day realized that we had forgotten to do that, and we have actually forgotten to do the soft field takeoffs and landings. So we're gonna have to do that as well. So what is it about steep turns? They're so easily forgettable. Do you usually do them pretty well? So then they just kind of like just they're in the back of your mind instead of right at the front there. Because that's I think what happened with me. Because yeah, I usually don't have issues with the steep turns. Although with the new plane, it is a little bit different. So that was interesting. 1900, we're going this way again. So then it's like that way, which is even numbers because 180 degrees. And I put in that we're gonna fly over that airport so that we're going around the Bravo there. And we're gonna check the winds. And Preflight says we have a nice tailwind. So and that's one of my things that I feel like I'm gonna get muddled up with is like I want so probably 4,500, although I wish I could 1 second. Actually, let us put it on, see what happens. Flight path. Oh, you struggle to maintain altitude with steep turns, if you remember. Okay. Right. So do you add the power in or do you not add the power in? And is it just like is it just kind of forgetting to check the altimeter, or like are you looking outside the plane sort of situation? Is that what it is? I'm not saying you should like keep your eyes inside the plane, but like keeping your eyes like coming back to check. But yeah, it is that visual maneuver, so Kafidi C09er and Kittikub. And what has your instructor said about it? If you recall, it's been a minute since you've done that. Oh, okay. So it's just that rust building up. It happens fast. So yeah, definitely. You kind of look between outside and inside, right? But you'll add power and maybe push the nose down to prevent the ballooning. So, are you saying you struggle to maintain altitude because you go too high? Question mark. Or okay. So when you add the power, then you push the nose down a bit for the balloon thing. Interesting. So you come out of right. Yep. So you come out of the turn and transition into the next turn. Right. Yeah. Having that anticipation is key. So yeah, that'd be something good to work on with your the instructor. You balloon if you don't put the nose out. No, right. Absolutely. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I just usually in the plane that I fly, usually I don't have to put the speed in. So I don't have to usually worry about that. But this one you really do need to use the speed because otherwise it doesn't maintain altitude very well. So that's been something new to be not new, but it's been something to work on. So around I can't really show you too well. It gets to be a little bit of a tailwind here. Nice right there. And then a little bit right there. Then it's nice and calm in there. But yeah, so I guess what I get kind of muddled up in is I want the higher altitude for glide for excess glide, but then it adds almost well, it sounds not that much, but still it adds 5 minutes and almost a gallon of fuel. Yeah, almost a gallon of fuel. However, and that's just up to like 6,500. So you know what? I'm gonna write that down. That is something I want to talk to a commercial instructor about. Like what things should I be kind of looking at when it comes to that glide? A bit like how should I be going about that, I guess. So, cuz there's things that I do or would do on my own that maybe I would do differently with passengers. So, yeah. So, yeah. It is on the to-do. Excellent. And you have to finish night flights. Nice. Night flights are fun. So on another tangent, you're reading a book about the kill zone. It's about pilots between the 0 hour, and 350-hour zone that has the highest fatality rate in GA. So I've heard, and you're curious on what people are doing in that kill zone so you don't do it. So I have heard it gets you get cocky is the thing that happens is you start thinking that you know more than you actually do. And yeah, that's when that stuff happens. You start getting complacent and you start thinking um you've done all this stuff before, you've had all these experiences, and you just really don't get how much more there is because you've already gone through so much, sure, but there's so much more. And then yeah, that complacency thing, it's like the whole most accidents happen on clear calm days. It's because of that. Kind of what you're thinking. Yeah, inexperienced, so you send it too hard. Right. Yeah. So you do. You know enough, but not enough to know how much you don't know. So, and that's something that I've heard and learned from the beginning. So I try not to. I like to push myself when I can, but at the same time, I need to remember that there's so you're never going to learn everything. You're never going to experience everything. That's why we learn from the mistakes and experiences of others. Um so yeah, so you can't go into it thinking that you know everything and that you've experienced everything, because you're never going to, sort of thing. Best way you learn is through other people's mistakes, right? And your own, right? Yes, the best thing. The things that stick the best with me have definitely been the mistakes that I have made. So, yes, that's very true. So that was one of the things that I'm still kind of getting used to or trying to figure out, is picking altitudes for like the glide purposes. Um, so yeah, so I guess, so like, I mean, maybe like here it would be different versus like here, because if I lose an engine here, I don't have an airport that maybe I could glide easily to. Whereas like in here, I got all these airports that I can glide to. So yeah, I don't know. That's something I'll have to talk to him about. So we're just gonna go with I think just the 4,500, maybe 6,500. Nah, 4,500. We'll go 6,500 for planning purposes, and then yeah. What's the phrase? Aviation is very humbling. Oh yes. Oh yes. My number one instructor, he was at a regional. He's in training right now. He actually had his maneuvers validation today. I haven't heard how it went, so I'm gonna have to check with that. Oh my gosh, look at this. Sorry, I got distracted. What is this garbage? What is happening here? Why isn't it circular? That's super cool. I like that. But why? Interesting. Um yeah, so that was something that he said when we got to go fly together, when he was helping me take off, land at night into my black hole airport, is that was something that he said. Again, he said it before, but even now when he's off doing bigger and better things, sort of, it's you consistently get humbled. No matter what you're doing, how much experience you've had, what you've learned. So, yeah. What do we have here? A TFR, aerial demonstrations in Peru. Excellent. Very cool. Sandwich. Sorry. Sandwich. I think so. The other thing I want to keep going over is, yeah, the uh cloud clearance requirements. So we got echo to the surface there. Echo is 3 statute miles during the, no, that doesn't make any difference. 3 statute miles of visibility, 1,000 feet above, 500 feet below, 2,000 feet, 2,000 feet, 2,000 feet to the side. And that is up to 10,000 feet, at which point it is 5 statute miles, 1,000 feet above, 1,000 feet below, 1 mile to the side of clouds. Then golf does its thing. You just had 4 people die in a 172 crash in the mountains. Has there been a, well, I guess you said you just did. So sorry about that as well. Is there any initial thoughts on it, or has anything been found out about it yet? So then G, Gulf airspace, is below 1,200 AGL and below 10,000 feet is 1 statute mile clear of clouds. At night, it's 3 statute miles, 125. And then above 1,200 feet and below 10,000 MSL is 3,125 again? No. Yes? No. Gosh darn it. It's not one that you use very often, so I keep getting it mixed up. And then above 10,000 feet and above 1,200 feet AGL. Wait, above 10,000 feet in general is 5 statute miles, 111. Above 1,200, below 10,000. That's what it is. Okay, so below 1,200 or above 1,200, below 10,000. During the day, it's 1,125. Night is 3,125. So that's the only difference, is the visibility during the day. The clear of clouds during the day is the 125. And then above 1200 and above 10,000 is 5,111. Class Delta and Charlie is 3,125, and the Bravo is 3 statute miles clear of clouds. Boom. Nailed it. Speeds, I do need to make sure. So I have a little cheat sheet thing for that, but so commercial instructor brought out is the speed 4 nautical miles from the airspace of the airport, or is it 4 nautical miles from the airport? I always thought it was from the airport. I haven't looked to see if that is actually correct yet. But shoot. Where is it? Hang on. That's not correct. Hang on. You're back. Hello. Happy you're back. How is it going? How did it go? It happened 2 days ago. Okay, your gut is saying the aircraft was... That's really fair. Heavy for the density altitude and couldn't climb over the mountains. Attempted an impossible turn and hit one. That sucks. Yeah. Well, yeah, definitely something to learn from. Something to remember. And especially that's something that I don't have to specifically deal with. Where and how and when and whatever that I usually fly. So can I ask, was it do you know if it was from the people from the area, or was it people not from the area? "'Tis be good you had you some dinner. Oh, was it most delicious? I hope so. A 172 should not be in the mountains? I don't know. Yeah, I have not had that experience. I would go with whatever experienced mountain people would say. I have attempted. It was bad. I attempted in the sim in the 152 to fly in the mountains, and it did not go well. So yes, I definitely recognize that. But yeah, those different scenarios, like, we get taught that, but until you're actually in that circumstance, you don't necessarily get how important that is. A couple years ago, you had a 337 crash not too far from you, super heavy and high density altitude. That's why it's so important. It was a flight from Durango to Centennial. Okay. I'm not quite sure where those are, but okay. You feel like 172 can be in mountains, no problem, with proper training. Right, and that's like the main thing, is with the proper training. And we'll go back to the whole 0 to 350 hours in pilots is the most dangerous time, because you get to a point where you think you've learned so much and you don't really understand that you haven't even plumbed the depths yet. So yeah, definitely feel like it was a commercial flight, but think it's too early to call. Okay, that's fair. Can be, but extreme care needs to be taken. Oh yeah, because the density, altitude, and less ways out when things get hairy. Oh, absolutely. So yeah, so that's one of those things where there's so aviation is heavily trust based. It seems, and one of those things is trusting that whoever is going out flying and who has a certificate is going to recognize their own limitations and know when they need to potentially take some more time, take some more training to actually get a flight done. But yeah, and even if that wasn't what it was, it is still something to get the old noggin jogging to recognize those instances, because they are prevalent, even if that specific one isn't what it was. So yeah, keeping that in mind. Can't climb out of trouble in a 172, and you will be watching the report. Right. Your safety guy has a 1,000-hour rule. Okay. Most mistakes, issues happen within the first 1,000 hours. Okay. And most of the time it is in the higher end of that. Right. Right. Exactly. You get complacent and start to feel comfortable. And that's why I always keep myself uncomfortable. Because it is. That's what I've heard. And it did kind of make me nervous a little bit that as soon as I start getting comfortable, that's when something is probably going to happen. So, and you don't know the difference between, you won't recognize the difference between you being comfortable doing the things and only thinking that you're comfortable doing the things. So, yeah, that's tough. Oh, the aircraft wasn't a USA registered aircraft. Interesting. And then that's a whole nother can of worms then, because I mean, you have to fly in with following the US regulations. So yeah, that'll be an interesting one. Okay. And then the other thing, the SVFR he brought up as well. One statute mile clear of clouds. No SVFR in most Bravos, and if it's at night, you must be instrument rated, and the plane must be instrument rated. Okay, we're gonna go back. Special use airspace. We've kind of gone over a lot of this stuff. I'm gonna try and find some stuff that we haven't quite gone over this a little bit. We could go over the systems. Yeah, we'll go over the systems again. I will get the sim started. Oh, make sure this is good. Ugh. There's that. Go like that. That is up. Excellent. Mini. Bloop. Perfect. Minimize to system tray. That's where it is. Okay, good to know. Trying to find the tail number so you can pull a report. Okay, sounds good. And again, it is. It's going to be very early. So, and that's, oops. Like, and on one hand, it is. Oops, that's not what I'm looking for. What am I looking for? I'm looking for the POH. On one hand, it is. It's speculating too early can, again, just be a good thought exercise. But then it can lead into I mean, judging incorrectly for one. I'm gonna try and get out of that, I think. So yeah, it's kind of a what's the word? Ooh, hang on. Oh, yes. Oh, it's kind of tricky doing looking at stuff too early. As long as it is for recognized as being for speculative purposes and not placing judgment at all. So, most preliminary reports happen about 90 to 120 days out for the NTSB. Yeah. And you got it. Okay. Oh, sorry, I'm just looking at my stream performance. I hope it's still going okay. Okay. All right. Okay. A Cessna T-41B Mescalero and 15188 was destroyed when it was involved in an accident near Victor, Colorado. Pilot and 3 injured and passengers were fatally injured. Oh, sorry, hang on. Preliminary information indicates that the airplane departed Fremont County Airport, Colorado, was destined to Denver Centennial Airport. Airplane departed runway 29er, climbed right and headed to the north. Flight path leads to an area of mountains. The airplane eventually crashed into rising wooded terrain, and a post-crash fire ensued. Heavy winds were reported at this time. You're trying to find the flight path? I was going to ask a question, and then I forgot what it was. So it doesn't say anything about any visibility issues at the time. I assume that those might have been put in there if that was a factor. Okay, so one of the things was, yes, interesting, and it'll be good to find out what they actually find out. Okay, so we'll go a little bit with systems. So he said describe your fuel system. And I was like, can I look at the POH? And he's like, no. So I was like, all right, fine. So gravity fed tanks, they go into the carburetor, and then through butterfly valve into the intake. And then we have compression, power, and then exhaust. And then, so there's the fuel selector. There's a strainer, goes to the primer, which goes to the engine, and then the fuel strainer goes to the carburetor. And I haven't looked up the carburetor stuff in a while, so I am going to have to look that up again. We've gone over the primary flight controls, secondary flight controls, power plant, propeller. We kind of went over that. Landing gear, fuel, oil, hydraulic, electrical, avionics. I'm trying to think if we've gone over... Oh, another one of the things that he mentioned was the oxygen system, like at least knowing, because I haven't been in a plane that required oxygen, so I don't really know anything about that stuff except like what altitudes require the things. So we had the two different kinds, like to know the two different kinds. And I think that is like the mouth one, and then the nasal cannula, if that is what it is. I could be wrong. I'm not sure. So yeah, so there's that one. I actually got a little bit. This is the first time in the plane that I got a little bit motion sick. However, I'm good at recognizing when it's happening because I actually can get motion sick in the car if I'm not looking outside. So if I'm like reading a book or like playing a video game, or on my phone or something, not usually on my phone though, actually, I can get motion sick. So I recognized it. He was flying. He asked me to calculate hang on now. Shoot, I should have that up. He asked me to calculate like the highest and the lowest pivotal altitudes. So pivotal altitudes are ground speed squared divided by 15 for miles per hour divided by 11.3 for knots. So what's your pivotal altitudes, your highest and lowest, going to be with a 40 knot crosswind? So whatever your ground speed is, take 100 usually, just as a thing. 100 plus 40, 140, square that, divided by 15. What is it? And then when you're doing your pivotal altitude, determining your pivotal altitude, make sure that you add the elevation. I kind of forgot that last time or the time before. And then the other direction, 100 minus the 40, 60 squared divided by 15, and then add the elevation. Yeah. So, and it did. It was this. He told me to have the pivotal altitude chart available to me so that I could get it quickly. And those options that he gave me, or that scenario that he gave me, it wasn't even on the chart. So, yeah, so that's something I'm gonna have to put in there. And it was kind of an exercise to recognize how in certain winds, if it's windy enough, you're not going to be able to do this maneuver. So, oh, and then motion sickness, that's where we were going. So he was having me calculate that. So he was flying and I had my head down on my iPad doing the calculations, or on my phone doing the calculations, and I could feel myself starting to get that feeling. And I was like, I'm gonna need to look outside the plane soon. And he's like, oh, all right, you can take it back. So yeah, so looking outside the plane, feeling the controls. If say it's a passenger in the seat next to you who can take the control, not take the controls, but at least put their appendages on the control so that they can feel that control. Yeah, kind of gone over this stuff again. Went over the hazardous attitudes. Oh, yeah. All right, yeah, we're just gonna get in the plane. You're not really finding anything solid? Okay, yeah, it will definitely take some time. What makes aviators breathing oxygen different than regular medical oxygen? I don't know. Is it like the like composition of it or something? Like, is like the aviation stuff, is that like the pure oxygen or something, and then like the medical is kind of like mixed a bit for certain purposes? I don't know. I have absolutely no idea. I haven't encountered that question before. I'm curious. If you're under the foggles, you will get sick in moderate turbulence. Interesting. Okay. I haven't had that issue, thankfully. So that's, are you going for instrument rating after this? That'll be that. Oh, I wonder if I'd be curious if you also, I'm sorry, like I'm thinking scientifically, like I feel bad about it, but like I'd be curious if in IMC conditions if you would have the same issue or not. Yeah, you want to get your ATV. I was thinking like right after this, but sorry. Yeah. I would be curious to hear back if you, what you find out about that. Okay. Where were we going? Kafooty. There it is. Finlay. Gonna go do the things. Sorry. I'm too tired to be thinking about being proper. Aviators breathing oxygen has 0 water and is pure O2. So I was kind of correct. So then that means that regular medical oxygen has some degree of water and is therefore not pure oxygen. Interesting. There's a mountain there. I'm not gonna repeat that. I've heard quite a few interesting towns, mountains. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's amusing. Okay, well, I guess I can go. Okay, so I'll try and throw some quick stories. So on last week, my first flight / lesson, we were going to do full mock check ride. So I got there and I started getting ready for the oral, and he comes in, commercial instructor comes in, and he goes, we're flying first because I have somebody flying. Somebody else has to fly after. Okay, sounds good. So we go fly first. So this is, again, the first commercial experience I've had in this aircraft. Again, it's still a Skyhawk, but it is different. It has its quirks. which I'll get to. Look at how beautiful it was. That's what I meant to say. That's why we were doing that. And now we're going like that. Boom. Correct. Excellent. Yay. You think they crash into Pikes Peak? You're not sure. Okay. I guess we'll find out. Sad. I don't think I want it. I don't want these down. I must be able to see the things. Oops. So yeah, we'll do pre-flight. Why is the carb out? And again, I don't know why it says all those things, but why isn't... Oh my God, did I completely forget to... Oh no. I guess we'll find out whether we have a Hornet in our freaking... I wonder if... Hang on. Oops. I wonder if I put the pitot cover on. Hang on. Is there a wasp? I don't see a wasp. I'm going to put that on for now. I'm just going to put it on. Maybe it'll like reset it or something if I messed it up. I could have sworn I put all the stuff together. It said that it restored the state, but I don't think so. Oops. We'll find out, I guess. I didn't put the parking brake on either, so I don't know. Anyway, guess we'll find out. All right. Battery goes on. Pitot heat. Nav lights, no strobe, beacon lights. Actually, yes, the plane that I fly now has all the things. And we can also test the stall horn, which is fun. And I swear somebody must have made... There has to be like a stall horn remix somewhere on the internet. Because it's perfect. You just do like the little like wibble wibble thing, and or like you whoop it up a little bit, and then it makes a sound. But depending on where you put it, it does different pitches. Someone has to have made a remix, and I would love it. Might be a new ringtone. Checking the lights. So yeah, so this is the light. It hasn't happened recently. So if you tap that light, then it goes on again. Goes good, is good, is good, is good. Excellent. Okay. Grasp the pitot tube, feel that heat, and turn it all off. Check the fuel. Fuel we will need to fill up. Oops. Oh gosh. And then there's a strainer in the plane, so I have to pull the strainer, and it sumps it out under the engine. Did I ever have that guy make me the livery? I did not. I did not. And yeah, it would have just been adjusting yours. So, no. So I just have the blue one. I wasn't gonna bug you. So yeah, so this one is the JP Logistics one. So that's why it doesn't work, unfortunately. WB Sim JP Logistics. Gotta make sure I say it correctly. Oh, so then we check the static port, the vents, pitot tube, drain hole. Oh shoot, I forgot to. And then I do. I have a few. I have stories, and I keep. Yes, we have things. We have things to do, but I would also like to update on things. So, hello, Snow Commercial Checkride is basically all maneuvers. Yes. We'll try and do the full thing, beginning to end, although I'm sure it's going to be slightly different. And I guess not quite beginning to end. So we'll go over it. Hi, by the way, how's it going? So basically it starts out, it's basically just private pilot Checkride on steroids is what I have heard. And yeah, so you start out on your cross country, get to your waypoint or wherever they said or whatever, and then he'll have you divert. And then You have to make sure you can calculate whatever you're gonna make it. You're gonna do it, whatever, and then maybe he'll pull him, or maybe he'll do. At some point, yeah. We don't practice that beginning part of it, so I get kind of confused about it. Whatever DPE is wanting you to do, you're going to do. So, yeah, starting on the cross country, probably getting a diversion for emergency or some other thing, potentially going through emergency checklist or whatever, or emergency procedures to his satisfaction. And then, yeah, then doing all of the maneuvers, takeoffs, and landings. So, yeah. Oh no, well, I'll message you sometime. Okay, let's get something set up for me. Okay, sounds good. Can't be flying in a plane that isn't yours. Okay, sounds good. I will message you. Sounds good. Thank you. And they didn't fly into Pikes. Okay. There's a TFR where it crashed. Okay, interesting. It does it say why? Curious. So it's a little drain hole. I went to go see, I was in the area and I went to go see if I could find out more about the my home airport's airplane, the one that I usually fly, and the windshield broke. So now I can't fly it right now. So that's why I'm in commercial instructor's home airport airplane. I could have checked the drain hole and I didn't. I wish I would have, but so I'll quick go over that. So I went and I tried to look for it in the hangar, wasn't there. And then I went into the maintenance hangar, wasn't there. It was waiting in its usual hangar. And there was a crack. I wish I could. There was a crack like right here. Boop, like that. And then this piece was like kind of peeled up a little bit. So yeah, definitely what's the word? Structurally does not have that integrity there. So yeah, so like right there. And it was just like kind of peeled. So it wasn't like the whole thing was shattered or anything, but it was bad enough that it's an issue. And I was about to leave and one of the owners drove up and I was able to chat with him and I asked him about it. He had just been practicing for his STOL stuff. He competes in STOL competitions, which is super cool. And he had just gotten done practicing and he wants to fly both the Husky and the 182 or the 185, one of those two. At one coming up soon. And yeah, so that's what he was doing. And then I asked him about the windshield and he said that they think maybe they did hit a bird and then the thing popped, or maybe they thought like the thing popped and then that's why they thought they hit a bird. So I'm still unsure why. We're still unsure what happened and we're probably never really going to know, but that's the update on that. They're waiting on a windshield. They usually have a spare one, but they had used it. This was a new windshield as of just last summer. So, yeah. TFRs provide a secure area for rescue ops. They're still going for rescue ops. That's reason for NOTAM to provide a safe environment for rescue. Okay. Can help find it on the sectional. We can pop into it. Oof. Yes. Was that about the windshield? Yeah. I was so upset. I had a moment of, because again, I'm coming up on my Checkride and now all of a sudden I have to do a new plane. So is it, so you said it's nearish, you-ish? Is it this one? Or this one? I feel like it'd be this-ish one. If it's either of those. On some windshields, you can safety wire it together for a temporary repair. I probably don't want to have that for my Checkride though, so I'll probably wait. He did say the windshield's probably going to be coming in next week, but I don't really want to. Oh my god, why? Why is it freaking me out? It seriously freaked me out. Okay. Sorry. What was I doing? The south one by Takeoffs. Oh, the big one? Oops. Ah, yep, there it is. To provide a safe environment for rescue. No pilots may operate an aircraft in the areas covered by this NOTAM except as described. I wanted to read it actually. Oh, and valid for 5 days. So this might be a weird question. So if they know the 4 occupants were, so it's for rescue of the aircraft itself, sort of thing. Like, what's the word? So like getting the information that they need so that they can actually figure out what happened, sort of thing. Checkride is kind of like PPL Checkride, more maneuvers. Yep. Harder questions. Yep. Need to be more accurate with calculus. Yep. Yeah. So PPL or private certificate on steroids. Maneuvers is what I heard. Yes. Not gotten into the book portion of that yet. So are you working specifically on your commercial right now? Is that what you are saying? Or at least getting into it now? Chaos probably to prevent people from being. That's also fair. And transport body. Right. Okay. Wait. I don't know. Like, I get the whole like desire to like see what's happening or whatever, but also like, is there not like a trigger of respect to be like, you know what? I don't know. That's just me. I've never been one of those people who like needs to go and see tragedies for myself. I try to think of like the people that are in that situation. I'm like, I want to be respectful of that. But to each their own, I guess. Undisturbed the investigation. Okay. An instrument, you just need hood. Oh, okay. So where are you at then? Do you need all the hood time or are you just finishing up your hood time? Right. Same idea of driving by a car accident. Yeah. And then there's the whole thing where it can cause more accidents because people freaking slow down and then somebody else behind them doesn't realize that and then they go right into them. So it's like, I don't know. I just think people need a lot more self-control than they have. You've hit one of my rant buttons. Oh no. Okay. So we're going to do the thing. So we come out of the FBO. We've passed with flying colors. I have already filled up the airplane. So this is the thing. The plane that I'm flying, they keep it at 10 gallons a piece in each tank. I have to fly to DPE's home airport. So I'm thinking I want to get there early and then just fill the whole thing up and then do commercial check ride and hopefully pass it. And then, what's the word? And then see if I need to fill up before I leave or at least top off a little bit. Not top off, but add a little bit more. And then go back and yeah. It's a lot easier with my home airport plane because, oh my gosh, I don't have Ducky up. Where's Ducky? There he is. He's so cute. Kind of looks a little mysterious right now. The shading is amazing. What was I saying? Sorry. Yeah, because I don't have to worry about like getting it just so and then having to like paying too much for fuel. But oh well, I'll make it work. I'll make it work. Oh no, you were just typing that, right? Yes. 20 hours of hood left and you still need your written. Oh, okay. What are you using for it? Meaning, are you using Shepherd? Oh, You haven't flown in 20 days because of work transitions? No. Oh, no. I hope you get in the air soon. Do you have, what's the word? Do you have plans to? Is it going to start working out again soon? I hope so. Kings. Oh, okay, sounds good. I was like, what does that mean? Okay, excellent. And that is going well, I hope. And watch out for the skill degradation. It will sneak up on you. Yes, it absolutely will. Even after doing instrument Checkride and then going back to like the commercial stuff, it was like, oh, like in some areas it was like I was a lot better at like maintaining things, but then in other areas it was like looking out the windows I kind of forgot how to do. So yes, definitely something to be aware of. Do you have your written scheduled? Are you gonna take it soon? I hope so. Okay, so we get in the plane, pass with flying colors, hopefully, and I'm closing and locking the doors immediately because I am not taking any chances. So, fuel's on both, trim for takeoff, circuit breakers, blah-da-la-da-la-da-la. And by blah-da-la-da-la-da-la, I actually have to check it these times in this aircraft because it will pop it on me. I had the fuel gauges pop on me. And I didn't realize that that's what it was. I didn't realize that was even an option. Also, have to check the maintenance. 6.9 quarts, we are good. 99%, we are good. Excellent. We strained our fuel. Awesome. Okay. Brakes, pedal test. Seatbelts on at all times. Exit the doors to the left and right. For now, make sure they're shut and locked. And then the other things, I have been told that I will work on the safety briefing. I've been told I don't need to. I will, but I don't necessarily need to for Checkride. It's not something I need to worry about for Checkride. Because I actually do. I do a more thorough passenger briefing when I actually have passengers in the plane. I just don't do it with people who already know about plane stuff. So yeah, I'll work on the safety briefing thing, but the one thing that commercial instructor said is that he's never heard of anyone who has failed a Checkride for the safety briefing. So yeah, or for the passenger briefing. Okay. Good quote from a pilot at your work. Only time you ever have too much fuel is when you are on fire. Fair, but also wait. I had that come up in my private Checkride where he asked, I can't remember what the question was specifically. Something about why wouldn't you fly with full fuel? And I couldn't figure out what he was getting at. And then all of a sudden he said something to help it click. And I was like, oh yeah, weight and balance. Oh my God. Because it was just one of those things. I know these things, but Checkride brain is just, it's a thing. 3 things in aviation you can't have enough of: runway length, altitude, and fuel. Right, exactly. And that's why it kind of, it almost like bugs me that that's one of the like commercial things is like you have to not have as much fuel in there, because I like flying with full fuel at all times just in case. But and then use a safety acronym for briefing. I'm going to learn it, but I'm not going to worry about it too much for my Checkride. Gotta leave out of town this week, so hopefully if weather's good. Okay, next week, excellent. You'll do 5 hours, hopefully. Definitely do it. And do not have your written schedule yet. Okay, sounds good. Well, I'm looking forward to hopefully hearing about it. And good luck on it. And congrats in advance. Do not touch anything. Safety briefing complete. Yes. I always end up saying do not put your hands or feet on the yoke or rudders or something. I can't remember. Keep your hands off the yoke and rudders or something. And it's like, that doesn't sound correct. But yeah. Co-pilot checklist. Sit down, shut up, don't touch anything. Yes, exactly. I've gotten better where I actually do let passengers fly a little bit though. So that's been fun. I think it's only been like 2 people, but it's been fun. Yeah. Aircraft, we fly, and the configuration. I'm not quite sure what that means. I missed something. I'm sorry. It's probably, if it was something I said, I tend to not remember what I just said, so I apologize. Okay, so the things. Did the passenger briefing. Okay, C-track back in lock. Back in lock, chicken. Avionics are off. Autopilot's irrelevant. Carb heat is off. Beacon goes on, although this one has a slightly different checklist. So I think it goes like that, and then the beacon goes on. And then it's the clear right, clear left, clear back. Oh, yeah, and brakes. Clear prop. New. New. Oh, I could also put the mixture up, and the throttle would be helpful. I also didn't prime it. And this is why new airplane with new checklist throws me off. That's why we practice. I have not had an issue with this. And okay, and it's weird. It's weird because I had issues with the other, the red and white livery for this. I had issues starting it, and then I started using this livery, and I didn't have those issues anymore. I went back to the other livery, and I had the starter issue again. And then now I've gone back to this livery because of, like, issues that came up with that one. And now I can't start it properly anymore, so I don't know what that is. Do not move. I am on the brakes. Okay. Okay, aircraft flying configuration can top off and be within the weight and balance. Right, yes. Yeah, and that's why I haven't had to... Well, there was one that got a little bit close at one point. But yeah, one of the... And yes, you said so accidentally hit enter way too early. Sounds good. I understand now. Yeah, and that's why, too, one of the things is I did the whole paper weight and balance thing and everything and talked to my commercial instructor, and he's like, you know... Again, DP is probably going... He's looking at, again, as commercial instructor, you should already know how to do all that stuff. You went through the private pilot training and all that. So he's going to look at what you're actually going to be doing on flights, which is likely using ForeFlight, and that's perfectly acceptable. Again, make sure you know how to do it to begin with, and I do, because I practice it, but it's not something that I have to worry as much about as I do. When I complete my commercial, am I going straight to CFI? Yes. I'm not sure if I'm actually going to use it, though. I'm sure I probably will end up using it, but I'm hoping that I can do other commercial opportunities, because I don't know if I'd be a good instructor. I'm kind of only doing it to again, probably take that step and just kind of be tossed into it eventually anyway, but also to just improve myself as a pilot, because it really does. So yeah, what is your, have we talked about what is your goal? What does the safety bunny say? I don't know. What's safety bunny? I'm confused and concerned. Checking the things, flaps go up, avionics go on. There is a master switch. Oop, hang on. There. And then we get weather. I should have, sorry, I keep forgetting that oh no, I want live weather. Why did it, that's weird. Okay. Kilo Foxtrot Delta Yankee. The 10th at 0353 Zulu, automated, 0 knots, amazing. 10 statute miles, clear. Temperature 11, dew point 4, altimeter 3017, remarks AO2 differentiates precipitation. Sea level pressure is 1021.2 millibars. Temperature is 10.6 degrees Celsius. Dew point is 3.9 degrees Celsius. During my mock oral, he, my commercial instructor, I had him find me a tricky one, and I read through most of it. The only thing that I messed up on was LTGICCC. I knew it was lightning, and I could not figure out, I did not know, wasn't in the forefront of my mind what IC and CC meant. Any guesses? Buckle the fluff up. Oh, got it. Nice. I like it. I like it a lot. And then the other thing, yeah, everything else I got fine. And then I realized that it was incorrect because they had a minus up here for the dew point, and they did not have a 1 here for the dew point. So I actually corrected the TAF. It was a study guide thing, so it was just a mistake. But yeah, I was pretty proud of myself. Okay, so did the thing, 3017, Noom. Okay. And then we would look around. Sorry, oh my god. Figuring out where we are and getting our, what's it called? Map. We'll taxi down to 3-6. Or we'll just taxi to 1-8. Hang on. Oh, I needed to put the thing on. Justin, lightning VCC is lightning in the vicinity. If it's LTG and then like VCT, maybe a space in there, I think, then it's lightning in the vicinity. But this one was LTG IC CC, all in one thing. And I get it now, and hopefully I'm gonna remember it from now on. But yeah, it's kind of a weird one. You want to be a CFI? Nice, also, because it'll make you a better pilot, right? But you would like to fly private for a little, then head to majors. Excellent. Sounds like a good time and a good plan. Very cool. I do. I hope it's going well. Hope it even gets better since you haven't been able to fly recently. And yeah, hope it's a relatively smooth journey from here on out. Consistent journey from here on out. Sorry. Ah. Oh, oil pressure, temperature. Oh, and the plane that I am flying now has a generator, which means that going under 1,000 RPM doesn't charge the battery very well, if at all. So, oh, that's another thing that came up. The battery wasn't charging, or it said that the battery wasn't charging. And then he just turned off all of the exterior lights and was like, oh, look, there it is. So that was interesting. Hopefully that's not an issue for my Checkride. In cloud to cloud. It was IC and CC. Okay, so the one that I had, it was LTG, IC, and CC. So it was just lightning in cloud and cloud to cloud. So yeah, that one. Amazing to you when pilots question words you use. Then you listen to some of the METAR and more in-depth piloting, and now you understand it. What do you mean? Like what? What words would we question? I'm curious. Okay, and so yeah. We're just gonna do the thing. We're gonna be okay. Yeah, we're just gonna take off here. Wind is calm. We're good. Okay. So we do the things. Fuel's on both. Trim for takeoff. Boop bada boop. Boop bada boop. Boop bada boop. Boop bada boop. Up and down. Excellent. Things are where they're supposed to be. Pressure, temperature. Primer's in unlocked. Fuel mixture is where it's supposed to be. The one that I fly now is 1600. Watch that drop. That seemed like a bit much, so we might clear some. We're gonna kind of clear it. Pilots question terminology, mechanics use. Oh, and then we have our, like, our weird things that we got going on too. Gotcha. Oh yeah, sometimes when the owners and mechanics of the plane that I use, that I fly in real life at my home airport, and they try to tell me things, like I'll ask a question because I want to understand, and then they'll tell it to me, and then I still don't understand. It's like a whole different language. Oh, trim wheel test. What? See if I want you to pull the elevator up and physically look at the trim tab as you move it. So you mean during the walk around, which I totally did not do. I completely forgot to do the rest of the walk around, but I guess we'll find out if anything is amiss. Is that what you mean? So back to the 1600. I'm also not squawking. Okay, this happened the last time too. And I switched it and it did it again. I don't know what it is. No, not during the walk around. You do the control. Oh, okay. So when you're like this, and then you would do the trim wheel test. Oh, very cool. I'm not gonna do it on here because I'm gonna mess stuff up, and then I'm gonna be all sorts of thrown off. So you do the controls test, right? Okay, interesting. I'll have to maybe try that if I remember. Hopefully next time I go fly. Thank you. Oh, so now we go like this and we go. Yes, excellent. Hearing a lot of excuses. What does that mean? What am I saying? Oh, for the trim wheel test? I hate the trim button. I hate it. I loathe it. It is my nemesis. And I just don't want to deal with it. And I will hold to that excuse. So we're going to try and make this work. Checking the oil pressure, temperature, battery, vacuum gauge. Now we'll see if this works again. I think it's better, so we're going to go. Suck is good. Well, yeah, it doesn't have a thing on it, which makes me a little bit sad, but that's all right. We have the cabin air and the heat on, but like, why? We're gonna put the air on like that. Perfect. Okay. And then we idle check closed. What? Well, that's not okay. What the frick? Hang on. Oh, I'm going to see if this trick works. Hang on. What is happening? Your vacuum gauge says you need to clean the house. Oh no. Hi, how's it going? I like it. I like it a lot. Sorry you're hot. You mean cold? Bad lean. Well, but it was fine before. I do that all the time, and it decided that it wanted to go off now, which isn't okay. Fine then, you stubborn persnickety thing. All right. Finlay traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1, departing 1-8, oh god, to the west. Finlay. Amazing. You gonna run it up again? Nah. I'm good. It's in the sim. I want to get in the air. If it was in real life, I'd be doing other stuff, but we're just gonna get in the air. Sorry, Checkride is done. Please return to parking and call the mechanic. No! I'm stuck at this airport, far away. Follow spark plug procedure. Nah, we're gonna send it. We're gonna see what happens. We might even have, like, we might have a wasp in the pitot tube. We're gonna find out. How much runway do we have? 6,500. All right, that should be good. Gauges are green. Ducky's ready to go. We have airspeed, thank goodness. Oh, that's another note that I potentially want to write down. I worry that, so for beginning the cross country, you make your angles, right? Your route, your track, not your track, your course, based on the airport itself. So once you take off, you're gonna have that slight variation once you actually get to the point where you can turn, right? So yeah, I'm gonna ask my instructor whether whether I need to worry about that or not. I'm sure he'll say no, but at the same time, I want to make sure. Okay, so now we turn. We're 1,000 feet up. Just turn on the heat. Oh yeah, that's what I was doing and cook the sucker. Oh yes, that is what I did because we did. We had a what seemed like a fouled plug on the left one. So we cooked it and it seemed like it was fine, and that's why we were able to do our idle check, and then that's when it died. Mid-flight snack, yes, excellent. Is the duck bolted on or stuck on? He is on a spring. See? I don't know what his spring is, though, bolted or stuck. Oh, you mean to cook? Oh, to cook the wasp. Oh. Interesting. I did not think about that. Why I no see my aircraft? Hang on. Oh, that's why. I didn't have my tracking on. So we're just gonna climb. We're just gonna climb. We'll climb up to, what was the, thing? So We'll just go up to 3,500. We're at 3,000. We'll go up to 3,500. Oh, we're supposed to be going west. We'll go west. Did not think about that. Evil laugh ensues. Yes, you have done this. You have made me think of the evil things, which I will then do. Okay, so now we nose down, maintain our altitude. Okay, so yeah, so learning a new, not learning a new plane, but getting comfortable doing Checkride, commercial Checkride in new plane. And it has some quirks. Number one being, at any time, do not be at full throttle, likely, because for some reason it decides that it doesn't put out full power when it's full open. I don't know. So whenever there is a something, oops, any of my maneuvers, why are you doing this? Frickin' turbulence. Checking my gauges. So yeah, so that's something that I have to get used to. He's talked to actually the owners of my home airport, because they are also the mechanics for that plane as well. And they're just like, oh, that's odd. But it works out, I guess. So yeah, so that's something. And then the other thing is it usually takes me when I bring it into cruise, when I bring a plane into cruise, the one I usually fly, it takes me quite a bit of trimming down before I need to bring the throttle back. But this one, the one that I am now flying, the throttle needs to come back almost immediately. So yeah, I guess that's somewhat similar. Do an engine out at 1,000 feet AGL? Oh darn. I'll see if I remember that later on, and I'll try and remember to do it after takeoff. I'm sorry I missed it. If he is bolted onto the glare shield, he will need technically to be a major repair or alteration, and weight and balance needs to be updated. If he's stuck on, none of that is... Are you kidding me? Just because of the bolts? Gosh darn it. See, this is why I hate the trim button. This one does not hold very well. And it's just because I am terrible at keeping it configured like this. Think we got some thermals. Yeah, yeah. You not fly that plane. Wait, which one? CG adjusted by 0.01 forward. I know, it's terrible. Think the duck is attached by Velcro because it's removable. You're right. You're right. Yes, that's exactly what it is. But he's also the stall horn, so how does that work? Also flying an aircraft, anytime the wind farts, you need to trim it again. I don't have this much issues in a real plane. I fly better in a real plane. I trim better in a real plane. I promise. It's never this bad. Okay, so we are at 3,500. We're just gonna go. So, clearing turn. So, again, I have learned recently that clearing turns are for looking out the window, the side window, not the front window. So we're going like this. Don't see any aircraft in the vicinity. And that's where we look. Yep. So we cleared to those two directions, and now we clear to this way direction. So you can do a 90-degree turn, 2 90-degree turns, or one 180-degree turn, or just a 360, which is what I've been doing. But I was also looking out the front of the plane for that. So yeah. You hate trim in the sim? Yes, the real is real, sim is not. Yes, exactly. It's like my one. That's my major complaint. Except it's more probably my hardware. I know they have trim wheels, like actual trim wheels, which would be wonderful and lovely. But oh my god, getting freaking rocked. This is actually how it was like, kind of in my first commercial prep in the plane. It was very bumpily wumpily. You can agree to that? Excellent. Here's a question you have from your oral book. Centrifugal force. Oh god. So like, there's like the whole centripetal and centrifugal, and Bold Method has a really good lowdown on that. Can you not, you little schneid? Cause it's like, I'll try and do it. Well, since we're outside the plane, we might as well look at how pretty it is. Whee! Okay, so you have your plane, and when you go like this and you're going like that, the centrifugal, I don't know. You know what? Just check out Bold Method. It'll explain it a lot better, and I don't want to say something weird and make it stick in your brain, and that, yeah. That is fair, and as a mechanic, it's small things like this that make you question everything, right? Small 6-ounce toy requires so much paperwork, right? Oh my gosh. Because, yeah, I always heard it was like if it was like a 5-pound, greater than 5 pounds or something, that's when you have to be adjusting. And I'm probably potentially absolutely wrong. Book says it's equal and opposite to the horizontal component of lift. Yes. And you're not quite able to imagine that. Okay. I'll try to, because I potentially don't fully understand it either. Like, I understand it enough to, like, just utilize it, or... Okay, hang on. There. Okay, so, oops. Hang on. Oops. So you're here, right? And then you start turning one way. So your horizontal component of lift is pulling this way, and the centrifugal force is pulling you that way. So then you know when... hang on. So, like, think of when... Which I think goes into, like, the skidding part of that. So, like, if you're... So you're going like... sorry, here. So you're going like this, and you're turning, right? And so your horizontal component is pulling you this way. Your centrifugal is pulling that way. Kind of like when you go, like, in a turn. Like, think of it like a racetrack. And it's like you go out in the direction of that turn. You know what I mean? Or, like, the force is pulling you out. Even though you're going this way, the force is, like, pulling you out because it wants to keep going that way. And that's maybe not correct, but that's how I think about it, kind of. It's attention to detail that keeps us flying and alive, right? Once you add a lot of 6-ounce toys, it adds up quickly. I'll try not to take that out of context. You'll just ask your CFI. An excellent idea. But yeah, for, like, visualizing and stuff, Bold Method has, like, a really good thing for it. It's like got, like, little moving diagrams and stuff. If it is permanently mounted to the aircraft, example being bolted, it is required to be on the weight and balance. Right. Okay. Oh. Okay. Fair. But also. All right. Okay. So not stuff that is just perpetually in the baggage area? That doesn't count? All right, we did our clearing turn. We will go into our steep turns. And I will probably not get configured as I should. We're just gonna send it. So I think so 2200 is what it is in the plane that I'm flying now. Like right at the bottom of the green arc, I think CFI said. So we go like this, and then we pull, and we make sure we're a little bit past that white line. Keeping it visual, but also checking back with our... So we're at 4,700, so we're going to keep that. We were on west, so we roll out. A little bit slower. And make it there, and then we popped up a little bit, so we make sure we don't do that. And then we continue this-ish way. We get to our 50 degrees. We make sure we're pulling back. Nice and visual, but also making sure we're maintaining our altitude. Doop-a-doop-boop. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. There. Make sure we don't balloon, but also make sure we're within where we're supposed to be. Okay, we did the thing. All right, let's do some lazy eights. We're just gonna, oops, bring this up a little bit. You're mainly talking about weight and balance for empty weight. Right. Okay, sounds good. Fair enough. Okay, so then lazy eight is we go like so. Oops. You know what? Sorry. We're gonna retry that. There we go. Make sure we're somewhat decent here. Friggin' bumpily wumpily. I do not like the bumpily wumpily. All right, so we 5 degrees and then just gently, gradually pull. And then as we come to that 45 degree, it's gonna start to nose down as we're coming down to our 90 degree. Coming around like that. Make sure we're coordinated. Don't let it get over 30 degrees. Coming around. And we should be back at... That did not work properly, but we're just gonna keep on seeing what happens, I guess. Going back into it. Going. Top part of it. So now we're gonna start nosing it around. Getting back down. Not too fast. Bringing it all the way back around. These are like really shite, but we're just going with it. And there we are. Where we're supposed to be, not really, but whatever. Ah! And you do that. I'm sorry. So earlier, I was talking about how when I did weight and balance in the POH for the aircraft, and I used 39 gallons instead of the 36, because of course you have to include the unusable fuel. Then I talked to my instructor about it, and he's like, what's included in the basic empty weight? Unusable fuel. So, yes, I know. Should totally do a spin. We will. We will. Potentially, maybe. We'll see. Eat a pear. Don't let me eat pears. I hate pears. Name that reference. I don't want to say what it is. Give it away. So now we do chandelles. So we get into cruise. And now we 30 degrees, full, and then nice gradual raising of that nose while we keep that bank where it's supposed to be. Keep that nose up, and now we gradually reduce the bank as we keep that nose up, keep that nose up, keep that nose up. As we're removing that bank, then we roll, and then we keep that nose where it is. Yep, nice chirp there. And then we make sure we maintain our altitude as we come out of it. And bring it back into cruise. I'm trying to think. I think my chandelles were bad the first day. And then my second day, I had a perfect one where the stall horn just chirped the tiniest bit. And it was like, oh, it was so satisfying. And then we roll into our 30-degree bank. And then we roll out again. Keep that pitch. Keep that pitch. Nice and gentle-like. Nice and gentle-like. Keep that pitch. Gentle-like. Keep that god dang. Oops. Not that high. Not that freaking high. Then we hold it there. We hold it there. And then we bring it back into cruise. Maintain our altitude. Maintain our altitude. And then we bring it back. You've been wanting to do some aerobatic stuff too? Yes. I like doing the aerobatic stuff intentionally and unintentionally. Do a barrel roll. Hang on. I don't think I actually do it properly because I just end up doing that. Did you see how my speed was like that and it still stalled? Lessons in stall characteristics. I know, I'm not actually capable. I don't know how to properly do the barrel roll or even the aileron roll apparently. So you're welcome there. I did it. After Checkride, I'll do some more weird and fun flights. We'll get back into that. We won't do slow flight because I'm terrible at holding altitude in this aircraft. Need to pull the nose up before I roll. Oh, I was. Pull 1G in a barrel roll. Well, yes, I did. I did the thing. But, yeah. We're going to continue with... So the slow flight, I'm perfectly fine and capable in a normal aircraft. Alas, not this one. So we're going to go like that. We're going to bring it down. Put those flaps in, put those flaps. Oops. Maintain that altitude with our pitch. Oops. And then I gotta start bringing it up again. Okay, so we're just gonna immediately do the power off stall. So we pitch down, and then we pitch up. Nice and gentle, nice and firm. Get it to full brake. Do you see how not aggressive that was? So I talked to commercial instructor about it. So I was pulling it way too gradually, so it would just get super mushy and super mushy and then potentially like break aggressively. So having a more gradual, what's the word? Like having a more gradual, firm, bringing that yoke back, makes it easier. Aileron roll, keep the nose level with the horizon and spin. Roll. And roll, right. Hearing a lot of, oops, happening, don't let the DP hear that. Oh no, absolutely not. I won't be saying a friggin' word. It's funny because everything I hear, whenever I would read things, like, a thing that people say a lot of is if you start to get outside of standards or something, you say correcting so that they know. The first time I said that in my private pilot Checkride, he says, don't tell me that. Don't say that. Let me do the recognizing of things. Or like he said, don't do my job for me. And I was like, oh, interesting. Out of all the DPEs, I get the one who doesn't want me to do the one thing that everybody tells me I should do. Alas, I kind of want to ask him that before it actually gets into Checkride, like if he still wants me to not say that, because I keep worrying that either I should or I shouldn't. Okay, so power on, we bring it back. Bring power back, keep our pitch. And I think I'm trying to remember, so I think 7D is what I got to, or is what I use for power on stall. So once it hits that, then power on and gradually still bring it nice and firm, but also, and it's first indication, so nose down and bring it back up. That was pretty okay. Would ask him. Right, I always feel like if I'll forget to ask him, like, it's one of those questions where I feel like it will come off a certain way if I ask it. Like, am I expecting to go out of standards? Is that why I'm asking? You know what I'm saying? But I don't want it to be that way. Accelerated stall. We shall bring it down to 15. Oh, I might have been thinking of the accelerated stall, but that worked out just fine. So pitching, pitching, pitching. Okay, and then we keep the nose up 45 degrees. Shoot. We're gonna try that one again. It's that first indication that gets you. It's so docile. What do you mean? The duck? It's so duckle? I don't know. So my problems keep on being that I don't end up getting to 45 degrees of bank. Is it technically necessary? No. Oh, also, I was going to practice the turn and the stall and the turn again. So we'll get to that. So bringing this back. No, the stall, IRL. Sure. And that's actually something that has been kind of nice, actually. Oh, shoot. Oh, frick. Hang on. Nope. That's been something that was difficult in the plane that I usually fly because you can't hear the stall horn very well. So first indication, I just have to kind of like not make up the buffeting, but if I think that I'm around it or I don't want to, yeah, I just have to I have to feel for the buffeting. And that's weird. So the plane that I'm flying now actually has a proper stall horn that I can hear. So that's been nice. So we're gonna... So get to 45 degrees, then pull up. And then we... There. That's better, kind of, I think. So yeah, that, we'll go to the south, I guess. We're a bit of a ways away. We're gonna turn back around, I guess. Except that one time he did a really aggressive full power stall. That one was pretty fun. Was it? Story time. Speaking about first indication of stall, you got to ride along with one of your pilot's check rides. Okay. Did a full stall in a King Air C90 power on stall. It was amazing. That sounds interesting. How did it go? I assume well, since you said it was amazing. Okay, so yeah, so the couple of things that I end up having an issue with in the accelerated stall is I end up letting the nose drop as I'm getting to my 45 degrees, which then brings the speed up, and then I really have to like pull, but that's not what you're supposed to do. So yeah, so keeping that nose up while I'm trying to get into the 45 degree. And then the other thing is yeah, just, or I'm like a little bit too aggressive pulling back, so then I don't get to the 45 degree by the time I stall it. So yeah, working on that. So yeah, that's usually what my issues are, is being either too timid with something or too aggressive, and just bouncing between the two and not finding that middle ground when I should be. Which is frustrating as hell, but we're working on it every day. Oh yes, we are. We were going to do a stall in, for some reason I feel very far away. There. A stall in a turn. So I'm trying to remember how exactly he had me do it. It's just like a power off stall except turning. I think it was like 10 degrees of bank. Oops. Okay. Then we start bringing that. Oh, 10 degrees of bank. Hang on. I'm going to try that again. 1 second. Going there. Right there. So then we nose down, and then we... That was tame as hell. Okay. That's fine. We're good with it. We'll accept it for what it is. We did Shundells, lazy eights, steep turns, stalls, all the stalls. Now we can do steep spiral. Had an interesting experience doing a steep spiral over the airport last week. It went very well, nice. Also did steep turns, did a high performance climb, went from 1,000 feet AGL to 4,000 feet AGL in approximately 30 seconds. Nice. That's awesome. Oh, I guess I could do that whole thing. Recover from the thing. That's super fun. Do you often get to like go with on things like that? Was it like somebody that you knew? Because I feel like I'm perfectly okay doing lessons with people in the back, but doing like a check ride, even with somebody I know, I guess, it'd be so nerve-wracking. What is happening? Hang on. So I don't know. I feel like my airplane is being weird. So we're turning back around toward an airport, our closest airport. And we're just going to wander that way as we're... And you know what? We're just going to spiral down onto the airport. Oil pressure, oil temperature, fuel gauge. Got my carb heat on just in case. We're about 10 miles from the airport, so I guess we'll see what happens. I'm nervous. The other day, you actually got to take controls on a maintenance flight of your King Air. Pilot looked at you and said, "Your controls. Let's see what that sim is doing for you." How was the sim doing for you? That sounds like fun. So yeah, so I think that we will shoot. We'll go a steep spiral onto the runway. I still want to do 8s on pylon, so we might have to boop out for a little bit for that. And then we'll do our takeoffs and landings, and then we shall be good. Am I just being paranoid? I feel like I'm being paranoid. Ah, well. So I saw one of these, that right there, on a sectional. Like there was actually a symbol for it on the sectional. So I wonder why that one does not have one. He said that he was very impressed with your abilities, especially because you haven't had an actual lesson ever. Oh, very cool. That's awesome. Your chief pilot is a DPE per your Part 135 operation. Oh, okay. So it's basically in-house. Oh, okay. In-house check rides for your pilots. It was your 2 most senior pilots, so they let you and your supervisor go for the check ride. Oh, okay. That sounds good. That's so cool. Was it just like a impromptu sort of a thing, or was it kind of planned out? Like, oh, you're taking your check ride at some point, or I'm taking my check ride at some point. Would you like to come with? I kind of just want to spiral down here. Yeah, we're just going to spiral down here. Ground speed is 97 knots. Checks winds aloft at about 6,000 feet. It's 45 degrees. There is a bug. It was basically, we were going for a check ride tomorrow morning. Want to join? So you did. That's super cool. Hopefully opening it up for future ride-alongs. There's like no wind, so I guess we'll just do it here. Or we'll try one more, hang on. Oh, sorry. Yep, okay, so we'll go here. So we 45 degrees. Ugh. We'll stay around that house with that pond. So steep. And then as we're coming around, oh, and pitching for our best glide. Trim helps. And then keep it like so. And start steepening a little bit more. Clear it. Then we get steep again. Gradually start bringing it out. I think one of the things that I do have an issue with is I compartmentalize the things. So, I think of it in terms of like a box, and like on this side you do this, and on this side you do this, and on this side you do this. But like I don't think of it as like the cursive. I think of it as block letters rather than cursive, and I forget like all of the bits of the circle in between. Oh. Boop. Where's our spot? There's our spot. I think we did pretty okay on that one. I almost... We'll see on little nav map, I guess. Nah. Could have been better, but probably totally acceptable. So... Your check rides are just ticking the boxes to make things official. Perform certain maneuvers so your pilots know what is going to happen. They get check rides every year, sometimes every 6 months, depending on aircraft type. Oh, okay. Very cool. But also not terrifying. So, how much do you actually have to do then? Like, what is all involved? Do you have to do, like, is there an oral as well? Like, is it like a full check ride, but since they're so used to all the things already, that's what you mean by, like, the ticking the boxes? Cute. All right, so we did that thing. Now I have to unpause. We will look for a good spot. The wind was north, so we want to go like this, find a spot like this, and then turn into a downwind. I'm kind of... Nope, not that one. I'm kind of liking that one. I think that's what we're gonna do. Getting beyond obstacles first, I guess. Yeah, we'll go up here a little bit further. Yeah, okay. So I'm aiming for, I think, this spot and this spot because I'll be able to turn around here and go here and find them again. I was thinking somewhere around in here, but it's a little close to obstacles, I think. So I don't want to deal with that. We're going into the upwind. Uh, 1800 is 1,000. So 1600 is probably where we're going to be. I'll recheck it on the downwind. It's just the actual flight portion as far as you know. Oh, nice. Okay. And they have to shoot a couple different approaches, do stall, steep turns, and a couple different maneuvers that would happen on a normal check ride. Oh, got you. So kind of just almost like a refresher. And it's for different planes then? And is it just because of that? It's just like refreshing for different planes? Or like getting checked out in a new plane? All right, so we're going to go at 1800. Once we get into the downwind, we'll sort of not recalculate, but I'll recheck the, what's it called? The pivotal altitude. And again, making sure I'm going into the upwind so that I can go into the downwind. That tree will be our middle point. Exactly. Okay, you use Cessna 340s, Cessna 421s, King Air C90s, and a Lear 31. Only 3 of your 7 pilots, are type rated for the Lear. Ooh, cool. So what sort of training goes into that? Is it like a structured sort of a thing? Is it like 141 sort of a thing? Or do they just fly with somebody else who's capable of instructing or training in it? And then they go take the check ride. Ugh. So yeah, so my line is a little bit off here. Bring it down to our 22. So there we get our line back. Question mark? Yes. All right, so we'll get to the 1800. We'll see what our ground speed is. That's what I needed to check. $108, so 110. So 810, so 1600. So we need to get down a little bit. Did I just get off here a little bit? Oh God. Well, I guess we're gonna see what happens. This isn't quite what our point was, but we're going to pretend that it was. And that's one of the things. I still don't know whether I have to tell my DPE what my points are supposed to be or not. All right, so we plant our wing on that point. If it starts getting behind, we push forward. Starts getting ahead, we pull back. Keep coming around. Keep coming around. This might have been too tight of a one, but we're gonna see what happens. Ah, so it should be right here. Oh God. Yeah, that was way too tight of a point. However, we're gonna salvage this operation. There we go. Gosh darn it. When in doubt, pick further. And exit. For the Lear 31, the pilots are sent to flight safety for 2 to 3 weeks for training, where they receive their type rating and they go down every 12 calendar months. Okay, for the other aircraft, it is in-house training with your director of operations and a checkride done by chief pilot. Oh, okay, that's cool. Hello, hello. Sparky pilot, hello, how is it going? Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Incoming. How was your stream? What were you doing? Hello. What? Okay, I'm gonna try not to crash this thing. We're very low to the ground. Wings Level Adventures and Raven Wing Dragon and oh God, Megalon. I'm sorry if I pronounced it incorrectly. Thank you for the follows. I appreciate it. How are you all doing? Ah! Tweakofer, thank you for the follow. Happy you're here. We just finished a, oh gosh, tweaks, not tweaks. Okay, I got them all, I think. 8s on pylons, which were somewhat, oh God, questionable. Hang on, my cord is weird. I got it a little bit too, my points were a little bit too close together. And I realized that, and I did nothing about it. So we'll see how it turns out when we debrief. But yes, how is it going? How was the stream? What were you doing? You have arrived! Yes, I'm happy you're here. Of course. I appreciate you so much. I love having you here. Rating, you have arrived. Yes, welcome, welcome. You did Mystery Pilot Theater, where you watch random aviation videos. Nice. Oh, that's amazing. What sort of videos were you watching? Missing autopilot. The only time I have ever used autopilot. Hello, by the way, how's it going? The only time I've ever used autopilot, I got to fly in a Kodiak. And it was nice. After he let me take off and do the climb out, I banked a little much. And the owner was in the back. It wasn't like too much, but it was a little much. And then it was, for some reason, it felt like I was wrestling the controls. And then once we got up to cruise or some climb altitude, he pops the autopilot on and it was just bliss. So yes, I have had a taste of the good life in that respect, but otherwise, no. We do it hand to yoke all the time. All of my IFR training, my entire how long was it? Several months. All of that too. No autopilot. Watch an F-35 pilot tear up the sky. She's a badass. Nice. Oh, that sounds so cool. Kodiaks are amazing aircraft. Yes, I've only gotten to fly in it once. I was supposed to fly in it more times, but some stuff happened, and yeah, unfortunately, I don't know if I'll ever be able to again. So, yeah. So we're going back, or not back. We're just gonna land at this airport because we're really close to it, and I'm not sure I want to fly all the way back to the airport we started at. So we're just gonna go this way. I need to figure out what we're doing. Let's see if we can find ourselves a METAR. We're gonna slow down a bit so that we can figure out what we're doing. We are at this one? Okay, Kilo, Victor, North. I'll go like that. Victor North, West, Whiskey. The 10th at 0535 Zulu, automated, 0 knots. Amazing. We will land wherever we want then. 3019 and the rest of the things. Okay, and the elevation is 787, so we'll go down to 1800. Van Wert traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. We'll cross midfield to enter left downwind for runway 27, I think. Van Wert. Trying to get myself down in altitude. What is that? There's like a weird trippy bit right here. So yes, I'm working towards commercial Checkride, very close. The plane I usually fly, my home airplane, the windshield got busted somehow, and the parts are back ordered, so I'm probably not going to be able to use that aircraft for my Checkride. We're just going to slip it because we need to get down. 1800 plus 1500 is 2300. Okay, excellent. So we're crossing at 2300. Amazing. So I have to learn a new aircraft. I've been working, last week I started working with a new aircraft, one at Commercial Instructors Home Airport, and it was interesting. 787 feet, 3,000 feet less than your home airport, really? Oh my goodness. How fitting. But yeah, I haven't had much experience with those higher elevation airports, so I'm sure it is a bit trickier. Okay, so we're crossing. We're gonna come down a bit more. Noom. We're gonna, oops, hang on. Slip it, carb heat, oops, can go on. I promise I fly better in a real plane. Please believe me. It is true. Okay. So, Van Wert traffic. Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1. Left downwind. 27 Van Wert. Okay, so we're gonna try a short field. So yeah, so again, even though it's just another Skyhawk, it has its own quirks and its own, yeah, it's got its own quirks, and it's like having that unfamiliarity when I'm already a nervous test taker is daunting. And the first time, so last week, the first time that I worked on commercial maneuvers, getting used to them in that plane, We're going to land on the numbers because I think it has a pretty good threshold. Okay, 1500. We did. We practiced power off 180s, I think, first, and in general. I think we did a short field, and it was okay, I think. I can't even remember. But the power off 180s, it was the first time that I got that frustrated. Not with commercial instructor, but in the presence of commercial instructor while we were doing lesson. And he even mentioned it the next time we did it when we were working on landings again, because we were working on short fields that time, and it was being, oh, okay. It was being a little bit, I wasn't doing as well as I wanted to be. And I was getting a little frustrated that second time. And he said, don't get frustrated. And I said, well, I'm frustrated, but I'm not as frustrated as last time. And he's like, oh, I know. So, yes, it was... Oh, okay. Sorry, hang on. Oop, hang on. So we found out my issue is... Hang on. Ah, shoot. Okay, we're gonna have to do that again. We found out my issue is I get nervous landing at the edge of the runway or landing near the edge of the runway because I find it weird starting to flare without having runway underneath me. So that's been something I've had to get used to. We're working on it. Your airport is 3880 feet. You have seen density altitudes as high as 9,750 feet. Oh my gosh. That sounds terrifying. I could probably put my flaps up and my carb heat in. That would help. That would help immensely. Again. I fly better in an actual plane. I promise. So yeah, so either I busted Checkride or that was my one go around. Yeah. So we're at 1,800 feet is what we're supposed to be at. Hang on. Why does this feel so low? I'm concerned. I'm sorry. Hang on. Is this? Yes, 1,800. Oh God, I misread the altimeter. Again, I promise I fly better in a real plane. This is terrible. I'm sorry. We're just gonna expedite. I should just Shundell it. So yeah, so the first time we did power off 180s, it did not go very well. The next day, I got my 3 best I think that I've ever gotten. So we'll see how that translates here. And then we worked on the short field again, and that got better. Kind of, I think, I hope. It feels low because it is low. Exactly. I know. Oh, and this is not the power off 180. We're doing the short field again. So yeah, we were a little high on the downwind, which is bad, but yeah. Did I say earlier that I have flown in a Kodiak? Yes, I have flown in a Kodiak before. It was my instrument instructor's, one of his jobs was flying for this guy who owned a Kodiak, just like whenever he wanted. So he would take people with once in a while, and it was my glorious turn. to do so. And it was super cool. It was out of like a little their private strip. And it was like a really nice strip. Not even on the sectional. Okay, hang on, sorry. Nailed it. Professionally firm. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh, yep, no, soft field takeoff. Keeps it in ground effect. Keeps it in ground effect. And then goes. And yeah, I got to actually taxi it by myself from the left seat. I don't think I got to fly it from the right seat. But yeah, I got to taxi it from the left seat. And it was a really cool plane. I really like the big belly. It's big belly. And yeah, it was fun. Interesting. You've been flying it in X-plane. Yes, great plane can be a handful. Okay, so when you say that, in what aspects of flight? Because I did on the takeoff, it felt like I was wrestling with it. But I told my #1 instructor that, and he said, like, you shouldn't be wrestling with the controls. At least I think it was him. So I don't know. It might just have not been configured properly for me specifically. I don't know. Guessing it was a Kodiak 100? Drops like a rock on landing and you have to keep power into flight. Oh, okay. Interesting. I was not allowed to land. He did that part, I think. Yeah. But you're probably flying it all wrong. Hey, if you don't crash, if it feels smooth, I think it's right. So we'll do our soft field now. Oops. Oh, 1 notch of flaps. Oh, sorry. Yeah, and then this week I was supposed to have a lesson, and a commercial instructor texted me and said, can we push it off an hour because my instrument student planned a long cross country, emphasis on the long, and doesn't want to have to make him redo it. So I was like, oh yeah, absolutely, fine, perfect. And then as we're looking at it and he's flying, he's like, we're gonna try and be beating this weather, so there's a chance it might not work out. Okay. It ended up not working out. He ended up getting stranded at a nearby-ish airport, so that was nice because I got to run over for a little bit of ground. What am I doing? Soft field. Got some of my questions answered, and he told me it was like the perfect instrument conditions that day. They were in IMC basically the whole way, or like in and out. He didn't have to put on the foggles at all, and they had some IMC approaches, and then they had to divert because of weather. It was like all perfect real world examples. And it was like, yeah, it must be nice. I have all of maybe 8 actual, maybe 0.7 actual. Only got my first actual approach like a month or 2 ago. So yeah, so that's what I'm looking forward to at some point, is getting that actual experience. Wee. All right, so now for soft field, we bring it down just like a regular landing. And then we bring out the power and do a touch of it. Oop, nope, nope, nope. And then we just kind of hold it up. Hold it up. I promise I fly better in an actual plane. Hold it up. And then we hold the nose up. We hold that nose up as long as we can. And then we let it just settle onto the runway. And we don't use our brakes. But now we have to because we're going to have to do a short field. Excellent. We got time. We got space. There is a Kodiak 100 and 900. The 900 was released at Oshkosh 2022. Okay. I'm trying to think. And last year was 2022. Yes, I would think it would be the 100 then. Because it was like last fall that I flew with. And it was, I want to say I'd been flying it for a while, so it must have been. You figured out what you're saving up for in FSE? A Baron 58? Ooh, cool. Why? Still on the edge, though. Why that one specifically, if I may ask? Okay, so we're going to do a short field takeoff. We're going to get kind of on the center line a little bit better. Oh, and we're taking off for our power off 180. Oh, God. All right, it's happening. It's happening. Wait, hang on. Yes, we did do the short field. We did it professionally firm. Okay, so feet on the brakes, power up, boom, goes. Twin engine, not a bad price and pretty fast. Sounds like good reasons. Keep going, keep going, keep going, keep going. Oh, God. Rotates. Climbs out at VX. Calls the obstacle and then climbs out at VY. You finally paid off your FSD Kodiak. Nice. Excellent. You just come up, up there in the winter. You have week-long periods of less than 2-mile visibility and IMC conditions all the time. Oi. That sounds kind of terrifying. As much as I want some actual conditions, not that much, probably. All right, so we're going to try our power off 180. We're hoping for the best. Oh, and I can turn. I keep kind of forgetting, apparently, tonight that I can turn at 700 feet. I don't have to wait until the 1,000 feet. But hey, it gives me more time on the downwind, so that's probably good. So we're going to keep it at the 1,800. And what we found, hopefully this is true. So it is. In the sim, like, it is a little bit more, it's a little different trying to judge distances. And I feel, yeah, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what I end up doing. But yeah, we found out that I'm a lot better without using flaps. Whenever I end up putting the flaps in, I just end up messing it up and coming up way short. Much better to be a little long than coming up short in the power off 180. And the other thing, so in the new plane that I'm working in, it drops very quickly. Much more so than the one that I usually fly, so that is something that I'm working on getting used to. 1,000 footers. I'm gonna try and actually make this on the first try. So I'll be back in a bit. Okay, power off. Pitch for best glide. Pitch and trim for best glide. Gauge. See, I feel like best glide in this is not 60. But, oh, there we go. There we go. That's better. Oops, 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 oops. Hey, 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 hey. I am not slipping this thing properly. This is not gonna work. Within 200 feet! Oh god, oh god. Keep flying the plane, keep flying the plane. I touched down within 200 feet. Even though I kind of porpoised a little bit, we touched down within 200 feet. So I think we can call that, yes? Yes. Oh, 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 okay. Oh god. Past winter was horrible, probably the most diversions due to low visibility you have seen in your 5 years at this airport. Oh my gosh. Weather in general has been weird this year, it seems. Does that seem correct from what you're telling me? Ooh, you made a deal with the owner? Nice. You had 3 days straight of less than 1 mile visibility this winter. Not fun. It does not sound that fun. No. And you heard through the grapevine it was for sale. Negotiated a down payment. Then, oh, they'll work the rest off. Nice. If you hear of any more aircraft for sale, you'll let them know, and you can see if it'd be something they would like. Nice. That's fun. I didn't even know that was like a thing. And now we have to back taxi. Yay! So, I'm trying to think if there was anything else. We did all the things, and we technically did a go around on our first, or we're gonna say that we did a go around on our first short field, and everything else turned out all right. That was an incredibly sketchy power off 180, but to be honest, it worked enough. So what is that supposed to be closed, or what is that supposed to be? Why is that fine? Van Wert traffic, Cessna Hotel Tree 1 Delta 1 back taxi 27 Van Wert. You would say so. Weather has been super crazy weird. Okay, I've been hearing that from quite a few people, so I don't know what it is. FS Economy is so fun and it's free. You'll DM me tomorrow. Okay, sounds good. Excellent. Thank you. Makes the sim come alive. Okay. I would love to try new things. I do. I just get so hyper focused before Checkride, and I'm coming up on it soonish. And plus I have like other IRL stuff that I'm dealing with. I'm a maid of honor in less than a month, and we just had bridal shower this weekend, and so that was something that I had to be dealing with. And I was like, okay, once this is over, then I have some time to just kind of like focus on my Checkride stuff. And then there was a little snafu. The third bridesmaid dropped out, so we quickly had to find another one. Luckily, they were able to find the dress already. And yeah, all of the things that could have gone wrong. There were some inconveniences. But yeah, so far it's looking like it's gonna be just fine. But yeah, it's almost less than a month until the wedding, and now you're gonna, yeah. Anyway, that's been what I've been dealing with. So yeah, it was a really busy weekend. Again, I'm sorry that I didn't put an update for Sunday. I usually do that, but it did. It was a whirlwind of a weekend. I was cleaning all day and night on Friday. I was decorating and making food all day and night on Saturday. And then all day Sunday was, yeah, stuff. So apologize again for not updating. By the time I remembered, it was super late. So yeah, I'll try to remember from now on. It should be, yeah, good from now on, but we'll see. So we did our check ride. We have parked here, I guess. I'm not really thinking at the moment. We shut all our stuff off. Turn off. Oh, it's the other way. And the other way. And the other way. And then all this stuff. Boom and boom. Oh, I had my landing light on the whole time because I'm one of those people. And then we whoosh. And then we boop, 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 boop. Oy, oy, oy. There. Ah. And then we continue. Oh, that's why. I was like, what just happened? That was a weird error, but it wasn't. I have to do that, and now I have to go like this and go like this. And I'm going to remember this time, I know that, oops, that I put this stuff on. Because for some reason, it seems like it decides like it doesn't want to do that, even though I did it. And shuts doors. Oops. And control the space and down. Okay, now we're good. Okay. You use FS Economy? Yes, it's pretty time consuming, but you like it because it puts you in unique situations. Right, okay, nice. You are leasing to own your C172 through a finance company, negotiated at $1 down payment, and can overpay at any time without penalty. Ooh, very nice. Is that in real life? Or is that for Sim? Also FSE. Okay, LOL. Okay. It can be time consuming for sure. It can take it as far as you want, which is the beauty of it. Right, nice. You're saving up to buy a C208 right now. And that is also in the Sim. Yes. Currently dealing with flooding from all the runoff from the mountains. No, oh no. What snow? You don't see any up there? On the other mountain. Failed to check right. I don't think so. That was probably, oh, I guess I could get out of this. Sorry, so you're not looking at that. Get some pretty music on. No, I think that oh, that's a really good shot. I think that one went the best that I've ever done in this sim. Yeah. I think so. Particularly when it comes to the landing. So yeah. Did I watch the rise in RPM when shutting down? I did not. Oh no, what did I miss? Typical Cessna having to shut the door twice. I know. I haven't had that issue before, but yeah, in the one that I'm flying now, that's been a thing. Not only do you have to shut it twice, you have to beg it to lock. Yes, that's funny. It makes me nervous because the one that I'm flying currently now it does not have a lock. So the one that I usually fly, it's got the handle, right? Where it goes boop like boop, and then the handle you bring down like boop. And the one that I'm flying right now doesn't have that. And it does. It just makes me nervous because I feel like I'm just going to bump it and it's going to fly open. It's terrifying. I will look for someone to send you over to. Oh my gosh, hang on. Wait. wait. Hang on. First, we have to debrief. I almost always forget about the debrief. When one door shuts, another door opens. Other than that, it's a pretty good Cessna. That's my favorite. Oh no, your C208 has completely stopped working in your sim. Awesome. Only for now. Only for now. It will come again. It will work. Oh God. I promise that wasn't intentional, but I do know that happens and it does amuse me. But we're just not going to talk about it. We'll just enjoy it silently for what it is. All right, so we took off in the almost westerly direction. That was terrible, but we continued. We did our 90-degree clearing turn, our other 90-degree clearing turn. And then we did some stalls. I think. Sorry. Nope. First we did our steep turns, and then the Noom. And then we did our lazy 8, yep. And then we did our chandelles, yep. This one went really well, and I'm completely surprised about it. And then we did our stalls and stuff, I think, and then we chandelles, and then we kept going. Yeah, I'm sure we did stalls in there, and then we did whatever this was, and then we did whatever that was. And then here is our, so we went like that, and I almost feel like maybe I didn't have the correct point to be referencing. I feel like I might do that in general. So I go like this, and then I see the wrong point, and then I end up going over it like that, although that's probably giving myself way too much credit. But yeah, it's honestly, it's passable. And then, cause I have a story about that. I'll get to it. And then we went up and we found our spot, and then we turned around to get into the downwind, and we're going to ignore that. And then that's why it was so short. So apparently I completely messed that up, I think. So I was worried that, no? Okay, so I was going like that and like that. I'm not sure what I did here, but apparently we did our 8s on pylons around this point and then around this point, which is way too close, but to be honest, it looked okay. So then we went like that, and then we went and flew to the, and look at that, there's not a ton of patterns to muddle through. And look at those, nice and flat. Ignore those. And then we wiggled our way in the downwind. Did our first short field, which ended up being sketchy, so we went around and got back in, did our short field, and it was good. Professionally firm. Soft field takeoff and soft field landing, which was it was okay. We actually forgot to do soft field takeoffs and landings in the plane that I'm supposed to be flying, so have to do that. And then took off again. I think this was when we were at like 200 feet, and I thought we were at like 1,200. Oops. And then we came back in for our power off 180 and nailed it questionably. So, yes. Yeah, it was, yeah. You need some, what? Prove it. Prove that it wasn't intentional. Okay, here's the So, hello. Blue Echo, thank you for the raid. Oh God, I feel like I should get back in the plane now. How's it going? How are you? Welcome. We're in the debrief at the moment. I hope you're well. Thanks for rating. What were you doing in your stream? How did it go? So I was okay. Do I need to go back and explain this? Okay. So, oh God. So the thing that you see over there, yes, that. Commercial instructor. So okay. All right. We will. This is what we do. So we follow the upwind, we find a spot, we find our spots, okay? We pick our points and we follow the upwind. And then we go into the downwind and do our lazy or our eights on pylons. That is why it looks like that. It's also really funny. The first time we practiced it with commercial instructor, we were still kind of getting to know each other. And we went over it to see how good the 8 on pylon was. And it was there. It was just right there. And he just goes, "You can take a screenshot of that if you'd like." And I was like, "I will." We bonded that day. Was the pilot drunk? The pilot was not drunk. Again, this was, and here's the thing, this is probably not good. This was, my best commercial mock check ride on here. So, those are definitely not 0.5 miles. Oh, are you talking about these? Oh, yeah. No, so that's the thing is, I think I was aiming for this thing. I kind of got off a little bit. And then I got confused. And then we went around the first one. And then I got confused again and thought I was going too far, but then it turns out I wasn't going far enough. But again, passable? I think so. So before you turn crosswind, you do it 300 feet below pattern. Yes, you're supposed to do it 300 feet below pattern for VFR. You flew 414 Alpha Whiskey from Oak to Reno. It was good, excellent. Your second VATSIM flight, so cool, so a little clunky, and that's okay. Yes, it is. I know, and it's a particularly perfect one. Anyway, yes, I know that's yes. So, VATSIM, it went well, yes. What got you into VATSIM? What kind of, did you do IFR or did you do VFR? But very cool. I like doing VATSIM. I started doing VATSIM quite a bit, I think at the beginning of the year. And then in real life, I am getting close to my commercial Checkride. So that's what I've been focusing on right now. So I haven't been able to do the VATSIM stuff for a little while, unfortunately. I would like to get back into it. I complain about it a lot because it makes me nervous. ATC in general makes me nervous, but it is a lot of fun and I miss it. It was IFR excellent. VATSIM went fine. The plane's autopilot bit the dust. Oh no! And it was IFR excellent. Do you fly in real life? Yes, because that's what I practice on VATSIM is the instrument stuff to keep not current, proficient. So not yet. So working on it. Okay, good, excellent. Time frame or at some point. Whoa, I think my chats are going insane. I don't know why they do that. Sorry about that. Soon, TM. Okay, sounds good. Well, I do. I always end up, I like hearing hearing about other people's journeys, seeing how and where they start, and then how and where they go. So I look forward to hearing about your journey at some point. And I like to get ahead of people when it comes to that. So, do you have a school picked out? Have you started working on the knowledge stuff at all? Do you know where you're going and all that stuff? You're going to meet your potential CFI soon? Okay, excellent. He works with a friend at a medevac service and he's good. That's super cool. When I first started, that was one of the medevac was one of the things that my instructor told me that I could potentially do because I didn't think I wanted to go airlines. So interesting. Does he like that? All right. If you have someone that you would like, let me know. Otherwise, we'll try to find something hopefully GA related. You are a medic. Oh, cool. And consider getting your flight medic, but you think you would rather fly. That's fair. Got you. Oh, that's super cool. You're not looking, okay, for a career change, but GA interests you, and you'll see where it goes. Absolutely. And that's one of the things, too, that, sorry, I'm like not able to think as I'm trying to listen and understand what's going on so I can send you somewhere hopefully decent. So yeah, I've had moments where it's like, even if something were to happen, like I do want to go commercial. Obviously, I'm working on a commercial Checkride. But if I never got a chance to actually get paid for flying, just being able to go up in the pattern once in a while at around like sunset and just tool around a little bit, it's so worth it. So I'm looking forward to you getting to that point. And yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be excellent. We'll see what this one is. What is happening? I'm not sure what's happening in this stream. There's MSFS, but then there's other stuff. And I don't know why. All right, we check in. We check in. Him. Let's try this one. So this one might be doing flight training. Okay. So they're doing flight training. It isn't an Airbus, but I think it could be funny. I remember when I was still learning how to fly, and especially in the flight sim, it was it was a trip. So we'll go that way. So I'll go over the things, I guess. Sorry. So we usually do Sherlock on Thursdays, and we do random games on Sundays. We were doing Chips Challenge. We finished that finally. But at some point we'll get back to it. But we'll also get back to Sundays in general. But lots of stuff going on, so we're just gonna be flying on Tuesday. If anything comes up, I can throw here. I update here. Otherwise, yeah, we'll be flying on Tuesday. So, yeah, I think that's all the things. So that's the plan. So thank you, Apollo Wolfbite and Sparky Pilot and Blue Echo for the raids. Thank you for the follows. I really appreciate it. And yeah, Whoever got lost and found their way here or found their way back, thanks for being here. I really appreciate it. I had a good time. And yeah, and that was Mach 2.09 commercial check ride and going over the IRL stuff. So yeah, I think that's all the things. Have a great whatever it's gonna be for you. Hope to see you again soon. I have to know who. Hang on. Also trying to get the rate up. Hope to see you again soon. If I've forgotten anything, brain is mush. And yeah, I think that's it. So I'll get the raid ready and yeah, go see some Airbus training. Have a great night. Thank you. You as well. And thank you. I do. I really appreciate you guys being here. It's so much, makes it so much fun. And yeah, thanks for putting up with me and my shenanigans. So yeah, I think that's it. So until next time, thank you so much and bye.